Welcome to this week's session of viewer levels. It might be the last one we run on the current schedule for quite a while, given that I will be going on a hiatus for late October and early November. So in light of that, let's get right into it. Let's take a look at a warm-up level as we await the first submissions in the queue. This is going to be a new one from Death to Spies, or DT Spies, entitled Once Despawn a Time. The description indicates that puzzles are off-meta, so here's a puzzle. Well, off-meta? Not on this stream, they're not, although it's always a little bit of a risk to start off with a puzzle level, given that clear times and clear rates give us no indication whatsoever of how long it'll take and how long we keep people waiting. But it looks like we have a mushroom spawn out of the first blaster. No room to see what's going on with the second blaster just yet. Something to do with this, okay. This looks like it's mostly just an indicator to get you to scroll over to this position, so you can scroll back. And I see. Mushroom stays loaded, blaster gets unloaded, mushroom comes down here. That's the concept. And we'll take a look at what the despawn range is on this. This is going to be about what we need, yeah. We just tried it out one more time just to count blocks. Blaster's one tile off screen. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10 tiles off screen. Okay. I think I know the rules for item despawning off the top of my head most of the time, but when we are in the middle of actually playing the level, that may be a different story, so. You'll have a P-switch firing in this position. We ultimately want it to fire to the right, I am guessing. We also want the spring to be located here to allow us to go up. P-switch will mostly get us through here. Looks like the objective in the short term is to hit the question block just to get the despawn on the blaster. That's going to fire the P over to this side. Right. Spawn on the P, rather. Going through here with the P is going to allow me to hit this location, which allows me to go back and get this guy. Now, checkpoint flag is unavailable at the moment. That will be somewhere we come out eventually towards the flag. And welcome Shield Sir, and welcome Watini. Thank you for the submissions of Crackmaster Lock, Comment On, and Winter of Fun Surprises. Hoping to get to those as soon as this one is over. Certainly looks like this is going to be a bit of a shell ride using SMB2. You have the Koopas spawning in this location. Ultimately, what do we want to do here? Let's first of all reset through this door just to see what's going on. Okay, blue platform. Blue platform comes down, Koopa comes down afterwards. Now, the objective here can't actually go through the pipe. It's probably to, first of all, stop just to get the shell going. Going up there is not going to be helpful just yet, and Grakowski, welcome. Well, let's do a bit of a shell throw over here. I think the idea is that you need to ride it over to the semi-solid. Semi-solid will work like the question block indicators in the previous puzzles, where they will do a despawn and respawn. There we go, just like that. Except we are missing some kind of item placement that will allow me to go through the pipe. And that will require probably an additional shell pickup, in fact. So let's just go back and do that. This time we'll do a shell pickup going into the platform. And thank you, Glitch, for the submission, and Shieldser for the code replacement, and 1K-Man for the level as well. Good to see you all here. One K-Man promising a generic 3D world level. Well, we'll see how generic soon enough. Okay, let's drop this in here. And yet, you can see that even with the shell protruding by a tile, we can go through just fine. This now allows me to move some objects around, although ultimately I want to just come here directly. No need to move anything just yet. Key door is going to be the next objective. Donut blocks, well, they'll take us down somewhere, maybe. But they might also be a death trap. Or a post-checkpoint anti-soft lock for all I know. Anti-soft lock not in a trolling sense, but just in terms of soft lock protection. It looks like this is rideable into the blue pipe, I would bet. Yeah, Shields are, the replace command does work. I rarely see people use it. But with the current version of Warp World, I believe it does do the thing that is intended. If it does not do the thing that is intended, that's fine. We'll just fix that up and plug in the correct submission once we get to your level. Okay, it looks like we will be doing a bit more spawn trickery, once again using the bony semi-solids as an indicator of respawn range when it comes to resetting these guys who are now on the right. We'll probably have to pick them up. Our objective is to get through the Piranha Plant, which will allow us to get to the Bone Shell. We do that by way of plucking one of these guys and then getting back over somehow. However, coming over here, that's really the extent of where we can go with a scroll stop, so let's see what kind of range I can get on the throw. Not much, really. I think what I actually need is for these guys to all scroll over to the left. Audio is a bit delayed. Okay, thank you for letting me know about that one came in. That's why we do a bit of a test level at the beginning, just to see if we have processor issues. Let me just check that for a moment. Okay, I'll just do a quick reset on the audio here. I'm also testing out some new controllers, so the way we pop in and out might be a little bit different than usual, but let me just fix that up very briefly. So, as usual, thank you for letting me know. We'll hopefully get a few of those issues worked out. And let me just make sure my controllers are still plugged in appropriately. Actually, I have a bit of a controller order issue now. That's okay. Still trying out the new setup that we have with a Super Nintendo style controller that I had ordered. The issue being that it's very comfortable, but it does not here have a home button. It does in the Super Nintendo online mode, in that it does have a software level binding for the capture and home buttons there, but it doesn't have those bindings in Mario Maker or on a system-wide level, and that's actually a bit of an issue. I think what I need to do here is I need to probably dispense with one of these guys just to get it despawned. Now, the idea here is to keep the guys on the right side of the panel active and respawn one maybe off the stack. No, it takes them all off at once because they're out of range at that point. Out of despawn range, they come back in when you scroll in, and they spawn in this column, I think. You figured it out. Okay. Good to know. It certainly looks like I can... First of all, I have a key. I didn't actually end up using the key, did I? Where did I even get the key from? I only just noticed that I was even holding it. Let's... Oh, I see. You've got a cannon fire over there. And that's from its initial spawning position as well. Right, whether it faces left or right when it gets to bounce. That's something that also depends on its spawning position. So, let me see. I ultimately want probably some kind of object here on the bottom left in order to create a platform that will allow them to come out to the left and fall off, if I'm understanding this correctly. Currently the issue is that, of course, I'm not able to carry any of these across to the left side with me. I am going to run out of time on this attempt. I think the idea right now is that I'm going to think about that while seeing if we have any other options for traversal, just to explore a bit more. Ah, looks like, yeah, that was set up to prevent you from coming back through here, at least initially. Okay. We'll get this, I'm sure. I am a little bit out of practice. We haven't made use of the reset door, which doesn't really do anything useful for us except reset. That's okay. Yeah, currently the objective, I would say, is, first of all, to figure out where I got that key in the first place. I feel like I was holding it and just didn't use it in that location, unless I just wasn't properly paying attention. And yes, the Thwomp is actually a despawn location that restricts you from using SMB2 immediately afterwards. Without SMB2 Mushroom, when you wrap around on the right side, you can't just get on top of the cannonball to enter the pipe. Ah, here's the key, okay. Right, because the idea is that you grab the key and eventually will want to set everything up to come back through here. Coming back through there allows me to go through the key door in the previous room. So the flow of this is fairly clear. Now, what do we got here then? We want to eliminate the Piranha Plant somehow. You want to eliminate the Piranha Plant using this stack. This location respawns them this way. And the fact that the Goombuds are at the bottom is what is important here, because Goombas will fall off the platform when they start walking left. So the Goomba needs to respawn. These guys can't. I need to put them on some kind of ground that will stay active. Thank you so much for the follow. Or just nuke them, because they're enemies. Yes. And then you get the Goomba. And there we go. Okay, Bone Shell. Bone Shell allows me to do what? We'll find out in just a moment. Bone Shell allows me to get rid of the Thwomp, or at least be pushed by the Thwomp. And that allows me to despawn in such a way that the cannon will fire in this direction so long as I, whoops, get out of the Bone Shell, I think, because SMB2 plus Bone Shell, I believe, will kill it. So, let's get out and back in. And here we go. Checkpoint, and then we have a final segment that will involve toggling the on-off switch into the off position. And yeah, one came in, we got it without too much trouble, without too much fuss. Okay. Not sure what's going on with this blue pipe just yet. It may be some kind of spawn block that's going on with these red blocks over here. Likewise for this one over here. and it will be interesting to see what is actually happening. It looks like we want some kind of seesaw interaction on this side. And thank you so much for the follow. Now, what location can we actually access right now? Not much. We can bump up here and consume this. I cannot, however, get on top of that platform at the moment. Can I get on top of this reset door? Probably. Reset door is going to show me that 2 Goombas spawn in this location here, which means that we can move the Goombas. Not like that, we don't. But we'll just drop Goomba here. And probably should have left the other one as well. This is going to be a respawn location, though. And yes, it gives me the other Goomba down there. However, I actually want 2 Goombas in that location. So I need to despawn this one that's to the left. Or at least do so by way of the resets. But ultimately this is what I want. If I raise the seesaw, then I come over here to the respawn location. And yeah, to Poppy Vegeta, we are indeed alright. And Watani, thank you for the replacement. Yeah, Warp World doesn't actually allow me to configure the replace command unless they changed it recently, but I haven't really gone over my configuration for some time. And I think they've just been patching in some new features as they go. Okay, reset door, once again, is going to give me 2 Goombas, both accessible in that location. And what I want to do is I want to respawn them in this location with this seesaw already pressed, I think. Now, the way I would do that... It looks like, however, if I have a placement up here, we know that's not going to activate anything, I don't think. No. I didn't think so. It's mostly just things like thwomps that will activate donut blocks on my behalf. However, you do have 1 Goomba trapped in that location. That's not really going to be helpful at the moment. Let me just come back in here and see what else we can do. We can do 1 Goomba placement here on the seesaw. Now, why does that affect the load-in? Let's just figure that out. It doesn't, because when you reset, the whole thing resets, obviously. But we kind of had a right idea earlier in terms of eventually wanting a double stack of Goombas over here. Which will not be based on any kind of throw, it will be based on seesaw weight. So the question is, can we get something like the mushroom to come down to this location? And one thing I could do, potentially, is take damage. Now, nothing in this set of puzzles has required me to take damage yet, so I somehow have my doubts about that strategy. It looks like this is not anything conditional, it just spawns directly. But I was hoping to lower the donut block in such a way that you would maneuver a power-up over into this location. Because if I find some way to lower the donut block, then I'm in considerably better shape. Yeah, right now we have 1 Goomba spawn. I guess if we kill both Goombas, then, well, let's see what location they spawn on top of. They spawn right on top of the seesaw. No, the idea is you load a Goomba on this side, you come over here, you respawn Goomba number 2, Goomba number 2 walks down. Then I need to respawn Goomba number 1. except I can't quite go far enough to do that. And move locations. However, there we go. Finally got that. Here we are. Okay, no, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. We're out of time, but I do have the solution. Now, I wonder if that's something that a crouch jump could have obtained without a damage boost, but I would need to check that to be sure. Not really 100% about my understanding of the bumper collision logic. Yeah, as you can see, I do believe I need to be small. And I do want to leave both Goombas in place. I also want to do a crouch jump, I think, in a small form. There we go. Moves to power up over here is going to press. We respawn both Goombas, and we ride them out. Art Pop Rain, welcome. Now let's not take damage here. Let's ride them out properly. Looks like we're going to be back here, but without having pressed the on-off switch. Oh, yeah, no, because we actually just wanted one Goomba on top of the on-off stack here, so that was totally wrong. We actually had the right idea all along with just having one Goomba loaded. And then we respawn the other one. We actually just need the one Goomba, don't we? On top of the upper pipe. And then that's where the switch toggle is going to happen. In this room. Which has a Buzzy spawn a spring on this side. And eventually we'll want it to spawn a spring on this side, but that's going to require a switch press first. Also, the Buzzies will eventually be able to eliminate this block here. So let's go through this pipe, see what happens. Looks like we have on-off. Over here, also looks like the Goomba comes down with the Thwomp initially as part of the way it loads, so there is some dependency here on whether we load in from the right or the left. And we don't know yet what the blasters are shooting. It looks like they are currently entity blocked. Unless, of course, they are just coin blocked or something, and are used purely as obstacles. So why don't we check that location, which is not accessible just yet. And just see how far we can scroll in either location. Certainly looks like we would want to come back here. Goomba is going to fall down. Takes the Thwomp with it. I think if we jump immediately... No, I was hoping to activate the Thwomp Wave very quickly, but this will also do. I don't know if that collision is going to be what we want, and it is. It also means that we can use that cannonball in a similar way on the left side in order to get to respawn location. Okay, we got it. And Der Yogurt Hose. Or Mang, welcome. Okay, let's hit the respawn location. That's not going to do much for me at the moment. I mean, one thing we just haven't played with yet is the lowering of the blue platform. We don't quite know what that's going to do. But if we come down here, with the Piranha Plant eliminated, it's going to respawn, of course, when we come through the door. Yeah, I don't quite know what the blue platform is doing, except it is giving us a respawn location. So if we jump to the right and jump immediately back to the left, that might give us what we want. There we go. Except not like that. Let's see, am I able to access the SMB2 mushroom anywhere else here, or am I actually potentially stuck? I think I need to take a death here. I was not supposed to lose the mushroom. But I do see the solution. You use SMP2, you eliminate this piranha plant, and then you use the blue platform as a temporary respawn location, and then you grab a second cannonball and eliminate the plant on the left. So that's the order. And thank you for yeeting over it with Mang. Okay, so let's come down here. Let's redo this puzzle. At least we know about the mushroom lowering interaction for when we ultimately do want to go out the pipe back to where we came from originally. We now understand how that works, or when that is finally required. But at the moment, we'll just try to get that central activation of the on-off that uses the thwomp towards that purpose. Let's let the shell come down and give us a trampoline, and we'll proceed to the next room. Okay, this is essentially solved. It's just a matter of executing it properly. Pop this guy, and then we respawn in this location here. And then we need to do something with... you know what? Cannonball should clip through the walls, and so we actually need to eliminate the Goomba with it. But it's good that we opened up all those locations and events. We respawn a Thwomp, and then it hits the switch. Just like that. Ding dong. Merrily on high. And there we go. That's going to drop a whole lot of nothing, but then we respawn in this location. It's going to drop us probably a trampoline on this side. And there's more. Okay, so we have a Master Sword. We have a respawn location here for something, but you can see that the moles unstack if they come into this location. Put them into the trap here, and you can despawn them safely. Now, given that, I think the idea is that I want to unload the small mole, but not the big mole. Once I unload the small mole, I can respawn it by itself. Small mole can come to the left when it is unstacked. So you unstack like that. So here you go. You bump the small mole like that. Respawn it on this side. There we go. And then we'll ride it out all the way to the Master Sword. Now, what do we do here? We do have the ability to switch power-ups, but we'll come back here and bomb this location first, because that does seem rather important. Gives me another Master Sword to work with, and will also give me access to that pipe. There we go. Now, we just do the interaction that I figured out previously. I do need to be small. I feel like that was perhaps not the ideal solution, but... no, it works. Oh, interesting bomb location here. Oh, it unstacked both of them. Hang on. Let's come back here. Ah, yes, because one of them was still loaded in range. Alright, let's ride it out safely. Let's ride it out safely. And there we go. 50, 50, 50, 50. Let's move on with the queue. So, thank you for everybody who has come in to submit. That was Once Despawn a Time by Death to Spies. Normal solution would be to drop a bomb in the seesaw. Yes, I was kind of thinking about that as I noticed a bomb, but the thing is I was already kind of committed to the solution I had figured out earlier on before I saw that the bomb was even spawning in that location over there. So, thank you for the GGs. That is far from any kind of record. And Watini, I hope that was the successfully replaced code, if the bot actually processed that properly earlier. Let's take a look. And yeah, thank you everybody for submitting and for the new follows as well. As I have been saying, this is going to be probably my last big viewer stream for the next little while. I am going to be back because I can't stay away from Mario Maker for very long. It's just that my streaming schedule will probably be changing quite a bit. So if you do want to send me things to playtest offline in the meantime, I'm still willing to do that. It's just that my streaming schedule will be quite reduced after this week. But for the time being, we'll take a look at In Deep Space Universe, where Mario and his crew are going to space in a special top secret mission. A secret mission to uncharted space. Got about a nearly 6-minute record here, but a fairly high clear rate. Built for multiplayer versus apparently, but we'll just see it in single. Long vertical level. Okay, great. And we have some visibility of a checkpoint room that's just a little nook in a corner. We'll see that eventually, I'm sure. In the meantime, we'll just launch some shells over here. That'll be very satisfying interaction. Might as well hit this guy as well. Okay, it looks like we have eventually a location here that can be eliminated. And we'll outrun that guy. Yeah, interesting location down below. Oh, okay, what's activating the other on-off switch? I did not see. Oh, whoops. That's okay, we'll reach this point over here. It looks like there's eventually going to be some kind of major break using something like the Big Mushroom or a Big Thwomp that will send us in a pattern coming down to this part of the level once again. But we'll see about that when we get to it. And hey Nintentium, welcome back. And Merlin as well. Might as well hit this now. That would have been a bad idea. That would have been a similarly bad idea. Let's just work with low gravity this way. Anything in the red pipe that we need? Well, let's take a look. I think that may in fact be the checkpoint we saw earlier, and that is correct. And we already have a flower, but I'll take that. And thank you for the resubmission of Kaizo Above Purple Lava. Looking forward to continuing that from our limited progress up to checkpoint 1 last week. Okay, so that's going to drop and take us back up. Except, did we need to hit the off switch? Not really sure, but grab the second coin. And I think the idea, since I'm wearing the Shelmet, is that I should just go under. The Shelmet is not a hard requirement, of course, it's just kind of there for my convenience, given that I picked it up as a hidden secret. And we'll let the Rocky Wrenches do their thing. Merlin, it's the last one for the next few weeks. I'm going to be off for a bit of a break. I will be back with a new schedule as soon as I'm able to, but I'm not exactly sure when that will be just yet, because I'm basically busy with something new off stream, and so hopefully I can return soon enough. Okay, skewer does have to be on screen. I do see the third optional coin there. We hopefully haven't missed any of them so far. So yeah, definitely appreciate the continued attendance from everybody here, as well as the new follows and so on. We have a whole bunch of moles doing a nice big climb. Sure, we'll take a look at this location when I'm able to. This looks like a bad spot. Oh, I see. I needed to hit that quickly. Okay. Now, I do want the off switch. Let's let the skewer do its thing one more time. And let the wrench do its thing as well. There we go. Well, there's going to be a very classic SMB1 style hammer setup right here. And it's not going to be that useful to grab additional power-ups at this point, but good to know where they are, and good to have plenty of safety margin there, just given how vicious hammers can be. Okay, so that's going to punch all the way through, and then, whoops. Oh, that's probably going to pop something for me there. Okay, we got it. I see, I was just bumping against the edge of the screen with Divine Climb, hence the fall. And Redox, it's going alright. Ah, there's a coin. Presumably we'll have a safety coin after that, when we get to the final door. And we'll hit this switch over here. That's going to drop the entirety of the Muncher stack, which we will then go back and eliminate when we're able. Ah, no, we want POWs, okay. We'll just let the POW float away first until we get another one. And we'll probably want a second one as well, just for safety. And yeah, Watini, this is pretty nice so far. I think there's quite a lot that is cluing me into what the flow of the level ultimately will be, just with all these hard blocks here. I do think that it looks like you'll have some kind of figure-8 structure to it, which we'll see when it happens, but the pacing is fairly relaxed. I say that with 160 left on the clock, of course. I think we've been fairly good about finding the optional objectives so far. Now, is this guy going to zap all the way over? Yes, he is. And we'll just need to hit this and get out. Whoops, jumping on that conveyor belt was not successful. Yeah, the interesting thing is that usually it's very obvious to me when a block is going to spawn a vine. I don't really have to guess about that. We do want the skewer to punch all the way over, but have we checked the location to the right? Let's take his wings off. Okay, I see. And Redox, thank you for the submission of the rats in the walls. No, I needed to wait for it to retract, obviously. That was extremely careless on my part. Going to be a longish respawn from this location over here, but that's okay, we'll deal with it. We know a pretty big chunk of the route at this point. Now, was this a conditional power-up? Yes, it was. Yeah, one thing here when you respawn from checkpoint is that, well, I mean, it's pretty clear that you can only go down at this location. I do find that I often get a little disoriented after checkpoint, just from poor memory more than anything. But let's not pass this until we've grabbed the coin for what appears to be an optional objective. Oh, didn't hit that on-off, but we'll just go back and do that. Whoops. Okay. Probably could have played that a little more cleanly, but what can you do? That was Also something in the category of things that could be played more cleanly. Of course, when we have a lot of these back and forth on-off patterns, the risk sometimes is not knowing if I'm going to hit that switch or if I'm looking towards another one to come shortly after. But I think this particular location was fairly clear that you just needed to have a very good visual field for what the on-off switch was going to do before you pressed it, and I think I've got plenty of information to work with, so. And Dextrolls, welcome back. And we'll grab optional coins once again. And block that. And yeah, Merlin, you are quite welcome to add it to the queue. I will not be running quite as long as usual today. I'll be closing the queue probably within the next hour or so, but we already have a pretty huge raft of submissions, and I do want to get through as many of these as I can, simply because we have so many regulars present. No, this is where I came in the first time. Okay. Just got momentarily disoriented. This was the way up. And yes, the star was mostly there to assist me with quickly getting to the on-off switch. I think grabbing the star had me instinctively running around to hit whatever I could, so. Alright, let's eliminate some hammers. And Super Mario 35 practice is not going to come in handy here. Not as much as I would like. Oh, I needed to hit this lower location, didn't I? No, I didn't. Needed this. And up we go. Now, yeah, the vine climb can be a little bit finicky when it's on the edge of the screen like that because of the way that the SMB1 climbing mechanics are side dependent. But that's just one of those things you pick up as you go. Okay, let's double pow this stack over here. And Merlin, thank you for submitting 6-5. And let's lower this. Here we go. And we'll punch that. It only occurred to me, by the way, to talk about the level that we saw earlier. I completely misunderstood the conversation we were having at the end about the bomb activation as the standard way to drop the donut block. Of course, what was meant there was the link bomb that you placed in that upper location. But anyway, back to this one. This happens sometimes where, you know, I'm replaying a part of a successive level and I'm still kind of halfway thinking about the previous one. That's just one of those things that happens when you play things in a queue without a break necessarily. So, okay, fairly clear that you just pop every on-off switch along your way. Would be kind of interesting to try to do this a little bit out of order, but okay, it should be pretty clearly safe down here. And Spike Ball is going to come over and pay us a visit. And we want it to ultimately eliminate everything on that side. Pretty interesting interaction over there with the Vine Spawn. Taking us all the way up. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that you have a pretty relaxed level here, but one that is also a pretty substantial adventure. It looks like that was a little bit of a trap. Luckily, you have some power-ups to work with. Very difficult to get out of that position once you're in it, I think, when it comes to dealing with the fire bars. Looks like the icicle drop will be what allows us to have access to the on-off switch, which we will take over here for the sake of the munchers. Now, we want another on-off activation as well. We, of course, also see the key door with a safety coin at the very end. Coming in here with about 100 seconds remaining. So ultimately, I will want to drop down towards the key door on the left side. Those projectiles can be a bit of a pain to work with, but we'll just try to grab a mushroom for safety. We'll try to grab another mushroom for safety. Luckily, pretty clear where to go with that. And of course, the hitboxes on Ludwig's rings are never quite so vicious as they seem. So, interesting. So maybe this is actually a required path. I wasn't quite sure as I was traversing the level whether it was a hard requirement or an optional path. That's always a little bit of a risk when it comes to using the pink coins as a central part of your layout. Certainly don't want a situation where somebody gets that far and realizes they can't proceed. Okay, through we go, and... Ah, interesting. So we have really just a one-up key there. Of course, we could also have taken a risk of getting up to the top of the flagpole just by jumping on top of that block, but why would we do things that way? Thank you for In Deep Space Universe. Watini. Or however you prefer to pronounce your name. I don't know if I got that completely wrong. We'll mark that as a win and move on to sub next. So for those of you new here, I'm going through next and sub next until we've seen the subs once. After that, we're just going to go straight down the queue the rest of the way with the repeats in the standard order. So we'll take a look at Glitch. And you have a new level, okay. I can't believe it's not star power. You must go fast if you wish to survive. I see that you've already shown this off to Street Rat, a very good streamer in his own right. One thing that he has that I don't is a guitar that he takes with him on stream when he plays some of your levels. And clearly he went fast enough to survive, so we'll see if we can do the same. Okay, so we did not go fast. This needs to be open and we need to be invincible. No, not here we don't. We don't have the star yet. We just need to peel this off, actually. Yeah, we just need to peel this off and wall jump in. Okay, no, I see. The title was kind of leading me to expect star power. We're clearly not going to survive this attempt, particularly given a timer. That's going to be a long jump to the next POW. Whoops. I do need, I think, pretty much an immediate hit when I collect this. Okay. I see, it's just all about abusing the invincibility frames. That was going to be a double long jump, I believe. Okay, so this is basically damage boost in the level. That's why you love the name of the level, yeah. tricking me out. Nope. Need that third consecutive long jump to be fairly accurate. And... one moment. Yeah, we've had some audio issues again today. Let me just see if I can fix that a little bit. Is it the audio that's behind the image? Let me just see if we can do something about this quickly. Yeah, no, actually, that's because I previously had a bit of a compensation going on with the game audio. And I don't know, it's no longer active. Let's see if we can do that a little more accurately. Oh, now it's way, way off. Hang on, I'm just going to do a quick reset here, and that'll also allow me to fix my controller situation. I had to swap controllers earlier when we had the audio swap. Yeah, no, that's because we actually had a bit of an artificial delay to compensate for some problems I had last week, and I forgot to reset it, so thanks for letting me know about that. And we'll be right back. Yeah, those of you who are long timers here know that we have persistent issues like this from time to time. It sometimes just depends on how hot my computer decides to run. But it should be working now. And I can also switch back to the Super Nintendo controller, which will hopefully address some of the D-pad issues that can come up in 3D World from time to time. Or, oh, is it going to let me? 1 second here. So yeah, do let me know if things glitch out. Yeah, once again, the second long jump is taking me a little too far forward. It really looked like I needed 3 consecutive long jumps followed by a standard one. But my positioning is a little bit off. So... no, it's the third jump that's coming too late. And yeah, hopefully it will remain fixed. I'm pretty sure that 50 coin is just a troll, wasn't it? So definitely Glitch trying his hand here at a troll platform level. Whoops. Oh, running out of invincibility frames there. I think I was just slow around the corner. Okay. Going to start the long jump here a bit early. Yeah, the third one is not coming off at all. Yeah, really teaching you to distrust this level right from the start. But yeah, we'll just see if we can get that third jump in. Surprisingly difficult to position because I think my long jumps are throwing me off position slightly when I land. It's possible that my repetition rate on the long jumps is not quite as crisp as it needs to be. This is not the first time I've encountered that issue. Oh, now we're actually a little bit too far up front. Looks like drop and jump. Interesting. Maybe so, actually. I don't know, because I've got so little time to work with that I just sort of assumed third long jump was the way, but you really do have to be quick, though. Nope. Can't bump your head even once, really. I mean, you need to bump your head at the appropriate locations, rather, which I've apparently not been doing. Yeah, drop and jump is actually a little bit better. I need to twirl at the end there and land on the POW directly on top of the blue spike block. Kind of hard to tell what I need to tighten up about that corner, but we'll see. It works most of the time, but I'm clearly not as crisp as I need to be. Okay. Okay. And a little too far front on that jump there, but that's fairly easy to fix. I see, I'm just running into that wall. If I just fall a little more accurately towards the POW, I will be okay. There's some pressure from the global timer, obviously, but not knowing how tight that is going to be on the final time, I think that I'm not worried about that so much, because it's just the local time limits that are calibrated for each obstacle that are more the issue. And look at this. You've got a record here that is 1 minute 11. You have a 60-second timer. What that is telling me is that there is something like a checkpoint, unless the timer has been extended just from things like other delays that are introduced, perhaps. But I think the clear timer is calibrated to the game clock, if I'm not mistaken, and so if that's the case, I'm less worried about the global timer, because I suspect there's going to be a checkpoint just to troll you or fake you out. And yeah, there is a CP, I see. Timer isn't super tight? Yeah, it's just the individual obstacles themselves that are timed very precisely. Okay. That twirl at the end there seems to do the trick. I do need a bit of a twirl at the end of that one there. Otherwise it's going to be a bit tricky to stick that landing. Whoops. And, okay. Nope. Pulled back a bit on that jump for no good reason whatsoever. And a little too far forward. Yeah, and not only is the 50 coin shiny bait, it's very obviously bait. You can see very clearly when you look at that room that there's absolutely nowhere to go, and the room is perfectly fair about that. It's just that sometimes you see shiny and you just go for it. Yep, just have to clean up some of the corners here. I'm trying to fall gently towards the POW by pulling back a little bit on that fall as we come out of the red spikes in there, but we'll see. It takes a little bit of practice. Okay. Twirl a bit here. See? There we go, checkpoint. Okay, I haven't really read what's going on here yet. It looks very clearly like some kind of activation of the on switch using long jump. Now, let's actually read this properly, given that we're past checkpoint. Interestingly, though, you would have needed to get the clear check without the use of the checkpoint. Correct? Or no, you, from the start. No, that's fine. No, no, I'm completely wrong. You can get a clear check just the way you usually get a clear check. I'm just confused. So, I'm just working out the tightness of the timing here, which is not intense. Okay, there we go. All in here. I see. It's a repeated circuit where you go counterclockwise until you move the blaster all the way to the left. Once you move the blaster all the way to the left, and then it activates the P-switch. Pretty standard cyclical setup, one that we've seen in many of Glitch's boss fights before, in fact. So we just need to do this consistently over some additional cycles. And yeah, Merlin, it is kind of interesting to see what a game like Hollow Knight feels like in the hands of somebody who might not be as used to it, given that, I mean, it is a challenging game when it comes to the boss fights, even for somebody who is experienced, but I think it teaches its concepts very well, so. I do want to run it again at some point, certainly before Silksong comes out, but we'll see if I have time. Some of that is up in the air right now, so. Now, I don't really, strictly speaking, need to do that, but we'll do it anyway. And that's going to be a win. So yeah, thank you for that, Glitch. Like you said, timer was not super tight. And I can't believe, either, that it's not star power. Not exactly smooth as butter, but I can't believe it's not that either. And thank you for all the GGs. Let's take a look at what's next. Shieldser. Okay. Yeah, Glitch, I'll hopefully be able to get to that. Desert of Fun Surprises, a fun troll level. Version 30. So, we had a very good troll submission from Shieldser at the tail end of last week's stream, so we'll see how this one goes as well. This one is from July of this year. Let me just check the current state of the list. Now, I hope I can usually keep this commitment of going through everybody who submits before queue closure. I don't know if we can do that today, simply because I will have a bit of a hard cutoff time later, but if we really take a long while with some of the puzzle levels, I will try to finish them with a wrap-up stream over the weekend. I'm hoping to do that, but we'll see how quickly we can progress through the troll. I think the previous one we played from Shieldser had a pretty good sense of forward movement when it came to the solutions, so we'll see if the fun surprises in this desert working quite the same way. Look at this gorgeous bonsai outline that immediately pops you into that trap. And okay, here we go. I'm sure there's going to be some kind of remote interaction that fakes you out somewhere. That's going to drop you all the way down. This spawns what? Spawns a muncher. Okay. I don't think I got a very good read on how else to control that drop, so we'll probably have to die to that once or twice more. Notice also in the opening room the conspicuously breakable hard block walls. Now, suppose at the 1-up we have a bunch of one-way panels. We need to probably hang towards one direction or another in order to fall properly. I'm hoping to hang right towards the green pipe there, but that doesn't quite work. Let me see. Ah, I see. This is telling me something. On-off switch, telling me to hang left. Yeah. We'll do that. The one-way panels, I think, were slightly throwing me off, but I think we should be able to fall into one of those Yeah, Shield Sir, I think OCD trolls are very likely to catch me. You know, just to have everything line up beautifully. Okay, I was trying to hang left there, and that was not actually what this signifies. It signifies you have an off state pointing towards the left wall. Ah, no, you know what? You have an off state pointing towards a door. Let's think about that. And hey, welcome back, Paxman. Looks like it's probably scroll break over here then. Yes, correct. Okay, so what do we have here? We'll have to check everything eventually, I think so. Ah, I see. So this is actually shared with the setup on the right side. It was the same wall. We are going to have to check this. And... okay. The door is going to bring me back, and then... this is telling me something. Spiny Hat comes down. It's telling me about the invisible block location. Yeah, we don't want to wear the Spiny Hat. We want to catch it and send it down, I think. It's not a Spiny Hat, it's a Spiny, and that's the troll. Okay. And then we spin jump on top. Or just jump out of the way. That's relatively clear. Now, up here. Yeah, just have to go left immediately, dodge the Spiny. And... I think, whoops. I was trying to hang left there, not fast enough, obviously. It's okay, pretty clear what the path will be from here. For at least a few steps. Also, I think the signaling of what you're actually supposed to do has been pretty gentle so far. Okay, going to come by here. And do we want to grab this? I feel like we have to. Look at that bomb just bouncing around the whole time. Now, we hit the on switch, and that will allow me to fall down, take damage, grab a new hat. But then we have this block here, which is fire. Does it light something on fire? Well, no, I mean, we'll just get rid of it while we're wearing a Spiny Hat, so we don't have issues with taking damage. Okay. I see, because you're probably supposed to lose the hat the second time when you come through, I'm guessing. Yeah, because you need to spawn this. I guessed correctly, I think, because you need to spawn something here, probably a spike ball. Triggers a whole bunch of things that ultimately give you the ability to go down this way. So, next time we come in there, we'll try to get in there without wearing a Spiny Hat. I think that's probably going to be the idea. Oh, look at that. Yep, we need a Buzzy Hat instead. That's correct, because then we bump the Piranha Plant upwards instead of killing it. Okay. Well, relatively intuitive as far as roll standards go. Let's just wrap around, come back, hang left, wear this, come down here, pop this, and we'll take damage this time after recovering the key. And we should be good from here. Okay, that's gonna beat everything up. There we go. And it's going to be up towards the Piranha Plants. Ah, we come up here. Now, what's going on with that claw? So it's suggesting to us that these two doors are connected, and moreover that to go through there will drop that Podoboo off the claw. However, maybe the Podoboo had dropped into that location from elsewhere, and that when we pop through the door, it's actually something else that will drop that we actually need. Who knows? We're about to find out. No, it's exactly what it says. It's exactly what it was supposed to be all along. And we were near the top of that screen anyway, so I guess there wasn't really as much room for trickery as I imagined. So let's move on up. Let's move on up. Repeat this sequence, which is more or less straightforward. Pop that. Come through here. Take damage. And through we go once again. This sequence here will give me the Buzzy Helmet. Very functional dispenser. And then we hang right, but we need to watch out for the cheap. I can't just dash right immediately. I need a cheap to come down. Okay. Now, we have a checkpoint here, followed by blasters. Kind of looks like this will be something state-dependent with the blasters here. That maybe there's something... Yeah, you see these red blocks here and a one-way panel. It looks very much like there's going to be a bit of a back-to-CP fake-out, but with a different on-off state that will also remove the blasters and replace them with something else. I really feel like there's going to be a fake-out where you come back here and drop down here. But we'll know about that when we get to it. What's this? What's this nonsense? That's very obviously not what to do. There was a cloud there. It's not like I could have hit something like a different invisible block. I see the skull platform. Okay, okay. So I just need to remain in that location and launch the skull platform. There we go. What does that do? Yes. We'll come down this way first. Obviously, the coins to the right side indicate something completely different. I don't really trust this flower, but it feels like we needed the cape in order to whip my way through here, yes. And so we needed the cape, and we needed to grab the cape and not catch the flower because we can keep it over here, and then there's going to be a bit of a spin fly by the looks of it. So let's just go back there. Stay on the semi-solid that was revealed on the lower level, which was part of the fake-out behind the mechanic. And yeah, not checking the right side yet, but that's something we'll want to think about eventually, I'm sure. So yeah, just needed to stay out of bomb range there. We missed the opportunity to grab the cape. So I need to think about how acquiring the cape is actually going to work. Let's just take the pit. Yeah, was not really watching the track layout carefully. I'll probably need to take one or two more attempts on that spot just for research. Hey, let's check the spot. Why not? Why not? Okay, no, just being absolutely diligent about that. And it's going to give us a bit of a signal as to what to do with the skull platform in case we hadn't noticed it. Although, of course, we had. So, coming through here. And then, when does the cape come in? Because it seems like it comes in from the right side. I need to look at that once more. We'll see what to do with that. Okay, let's take that location. Ah, yes. Cape is located with the 50 coin. whip this, spin fly, and that's going to fake you out a little bit, so probably we need to just drop on the spikes that are in that middle section. But we'll go back and take a look at that and see how that goes. Okay, here we are once again. And we are now small. Okay, 5 pink coins. And we see 4 of them here. No, we see 5 of them here. Buzzy Shell is doing something. This location is also doing something. Now, we're meant to believe that the Buzzy Shell is just going to go down and collect all of the coins. Instead, it's probably going to be some tricky activation. I think this is there probably to catch you on a high bounce. But let's pop this. Pop this, just... Okay, just a cheap. And that's a muncher that is under the door. Okay. We'll see what to do about that. I don't know if the muncher actually comes up to that location completely or just pokes you and falls back down. We'll have to go back and take a look, just to be absolutely sure. Small raid, but it was too small, it didn't show. Okay. Well, thank you, Electrodude. Small raids should actually show on the stream. I don't know why it didn't. It's not like I prevent that or anything, but welcome, Electrodude, and anybody you may have brought along with your crew. I'm just going to assume you've been streaming Touhou, but if it's something else, feel free to correct me on that score. Yeah, Twitch has occasionally been a little bit glitchy here and there, but that's just something that comes with the territory. And Among Us, yeah. Is Among Us really bringing in that many followers even for small streams? That's really quite revealing, I think, in terms of just how big it is and why so many streamers choose to do it. It's one of those games where I would not have expected smaller streamers to be able to really break through necessarily, just given that your channels can get deeply buried when you're playing a game that is that popular. We know it's a cheap on this location. We know that something else is going to fire a muncher in the right side, so let's come here this way. It's going to fire a muncher over there, and then a POW is going to take everything down. Okay. Understandable. Oh, you mean you now have 50 followers total? Okay. Oh, you meant you got like 50 followers on one stream, which, given what I hear about Among Us sometimes, would not have surprised me. This is a trap. Or is it? I think I can probably go over, in fact, given... Maybe not. Okay, that is going to be an actual ceiling. The arrow to the right, in the bottom right, was pointing towards one spiny over a muncher. Possibly we needed to stay on that location. Possibly there was some kind of remote POW activation once again, so... You actually did get a good run. So, Electrodude, do you know anything about Touhou Luna Nights, which I'm told is not a bullet hell per se, but more of a side-scroller game that is apparently coming out on Switch. I don't know if that would be something that you'd keep up with just on account of being a big Touhou player. Yeah, it's just something I heard about recently. I just obviously don't really know much about the series besides the music levels that people show me from time to time. But we need to fix that up. Yeah, I think it's coming on Switch. I was told something to that effect, but you know, the Switch just gets so much software that it's difficult to keep track from time to time. here. Okay. Take some damage. This I more or less understand. We just stand to the left. Stand on the left until the train arrives in a platform. That gives us the key. Interesting fake out with a very different key than what you would expect the shell to collect. So yeah, have a good night, Electrodude. Now, why would I want to stick around here? So, down arrow is pointing towards Spiny plus Muncher. So I need to go back. Spiny plus Muncher, and it is this corner here. Oh, you know what? It's a Spiny Hat, that's why. Spiny Hat. Yeah, you take damage boost, you wear the Spiny Hat, you use your invisibility frames to get on top of the spike here, and then you blow this wide open. Okay, I get it. Anyway, have a good night, Electrodude. Yeah, Shield Sir, I find that my eShop strategy is just to wishlist a bunch of things and occasionally check if anything is on sale. There are some small independent titles that I keep up with closely enough that I will get them at launch, but that has been much less often the case this year than in previous years, simply because I have been playing so much Mario Maker in the meantime. But yeah, I had a considerable amount of my indie library move over to Switch. A lot of games that I would formerly have gotten on PC. But once I started playing Mario Maker as much as I have, the backlog just mounted from there. And so I don't pick up as much these days in terms of quantity. There are some things in my indie library I do want to get around to streaming eventually. I actually just barely started Tokitori 2 back in April. And that was right before the big content patch for Mario Maker, and so I was distracted by the content patch for Mario Maker, and I didn't actually go back to finish Tokitori, which I should have done because it is basically like some of the puzzle levels that I see in this game, except the whole game is just one giant puzzle level, and so I think it's one that would be of some streaming interest perhaps to people who like the puzzle style over here. But yeah, played a bunch of Hades off stream last month. I was kind of doing it in short sittings here and there and just poking around one run at a time, so I wasn't really able to make a streaming experience out of it, but you know, it's one of those games that feels very boundless in terms of content, so I may return to it properly at some point. Okay, so it looks like it's just going to be taking damage here to grab the checkpoint. Nothing particularly tricksy about that, as far as I tell. We'll just come down here, get the bounce. Interesting, this thing here. Because we know that when you pop a block like that, then it counts as activated, so the next time you spawn in, it's going to create some kind of platform, probably from the spawning location that looked like it was under the key door. That's probably a trap. I think I was perhaps intended to skip that, but or that is the intended route, and activating this block is the way that we create a platform that is in fact necessary. That's a bit of a crush. We do need to bounce off the bomb. Let's go with the strategy for now of hitting the winged block until we see a very substantial reason not to. Although it looks like a spawning location is certainly under that key door, so if the correct path is the pipe, then we don't hit this. If the correct path is the key door, then we do hit this. Drop the bomb. I have two options here. Go through the door or go through the pipe. I think one of them is supposed to be kind of a default panic option, and it's difficult to tell exactly which one that's going to be, although we'll basically be deciding between world and subworld. It looks like you can't enter the lower pipe anyway. So the idea is the door, and so the lower pipe is meant to perhaps trick you into holding right. You should be holding up. We'll take Metroid Prime Trilogy to get you off Mario Maker at this stage, yeah. I mean, I do play some side games from time to time, I suppose. Okay, so that's going to grab a mushroom. We'll see now if this is correct or incorrect. If it's incorrect, we don't hit the block ever. That's going to be the back to CP1 that we anticipated much earlier. Mushroom just gave you the ability to do a damage boost. Die. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to die there by running into the projectile before the despawn. Because that would respawn me at checkpoint 1, but then we have previously respawned at checkpoint 1, and that was maybe not the thing I actually wanted. So maybe that's meant to fake me out into respawning at checkpoint 1, but this now looks like... Ah, okay, no key. Yep, no key is fine. That's exactly what we expected earlier in terms of going down to yellow pipe. So, however, we are currently at checkpoint 1, aren't we? And so we need to... Yeah, just redo that segment, that's fine. Okay. Anti-softlock segment is luckily pretty easy on the execution. It's, you know, long, it's got a couple of fake outs, but it's not one of those things that's very finicky. It's just something that makes you go back and forth, so... I normally don't like anti-softlock games, but that's usually because they can be very execution fussy, and so the fact that this one, you know, actually gives you some room to appreciate the fake outs and not just bounce around endlessly like I'm doing here is definitely a plus. Look at this, it's just going to make you run back and forth and reveal a pipe. So... we'll see what's going on here. You do need to be diligent about checking it at least once. And, yeah, very gently, it gets you back to CP2. Very nice of you to do that. To have a post-CP1 anti-softlock that nevertheless gets you back here. So, we will, as previously stated, skip the key and go down to yellow pipe on the bottom right. I forgot to press up. Control levels doing their usual thing of playing tricks on memory. And so yeah, as we saw with the previous Shield Sir troll level that we played, this is pretty gentle in terms of, you know, being forgiving to players and making sure that things, once you get tricked by them into falling into traps, are actually pretty easily avoided. So, no real issues there. Some of the styles of fake outs certainly become familiar over time, such as this thing with the cheap. We've seen this a few times before, but the second cheap is a neat little surprise for people who are feeling good about being clever and outsmarting the level. Okay, let's do that. And yeah, very handy for you to have precisely that emote handy to pull out for situations like this. I do see that it's one of Defender's. I have not really had the opportunity to really drop by Defender's playthroughs of Trolls, but I do know that, you know, as such a magnet for Troll submissions, that having a forgot cheap seems to be extremely appropriate, and also just a very clever emote reward. So, what do we have here? We have an indication that you should, by default, try to bounce off the spiny shell and head towards the buzzy shell. I feel like that's going to activate a block or something that will trap me. But I also need the ability to get across somehow, so let's just check this very carefully. Okay, that's going to be correct. But then I probably want to go back across, take damage, and then grab the spiny shell, right? Let's check this area first. Either way, I'm going to have to take damage. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, because it looks like you're supposed to fall into that location. Let's see what this pops. Okay, P-Balloon. Now, it's going to give you a sound effect of the no either way, even if you decided to try to pop that on top. So I think we're going to take this approach. Grab this guy. Oh, look at this. Clouds. I should have sent a shell across, actually. Sent a shell across to pop the jump block on the other side. So I kind of blew that. I was supposed to grab and throw. Now, I can't grab and throw to Buzzy Shell. The only grab and throw I can do is... Oh, interesting. I am supposed to jump on top. And jumping on top overrides this sound effect. So I think the idea here is I come down with a Buzzy Shell, I take damage, I grab the Spiny Shell, I throw the Spiny Shell, then I grab the Spiny Shell, then I need to work out the order here. Because I need to grab the P-Balloon safely and have activated the jump block by that point. So let's take damage here and just try the sequence once again. And yeah, Samuel, thanks for coming in with Electrodude. Electrodude is very much a regular and long-term presence here, so it's always good to see some support from his burgeoning community. And I do hope you enjoy the stream. So we'll once again skip the key. Drop that. Whoops. I think I was just late on the input. I was definitely looking skyward, wondering why I had missed a door. And I'm pretty sure I was just late. So let's wait this out. In the door we go. All the way down. And now we dodge jump sheeps. Yep. Okay, so let's do this sequence. We don't want to fall in yet because I don't want to grab the P-Balloon until I have done the shells throw. So the only question is, when I get on top of the jump block as Small Mario, am I able to do so without hitting the spike? That's something that we'll have to keep in mind. And maybe I'm able to do that if I'm coming in from up top. But let's do this first. Okay, that'll be interesting. Looks like we definitely need P-Balloon here. We'll be taking damage on a Saw Blade that is up top. We'll be falling in when we are still invincible, and then we grab the shell at the bottom. Okay, fall in. Grab this guy. Now, we need to make a decision. Do we put on the hat or not put on the hat? Let's put on the hat. If that's wrong, we'll just do another run. That doesn't require that. And that is correct. So. Bonsai. And that is now pointing me towards 2 yellow bricks and a POW. Now, where have we seen that? 2 yellow bricks and a POW. Could be the sequence to the left here, but we'll find out, because I don't think I recognize what that's telling me just yet, but we'll just have to discover it as we go. And, okay, going to spawn that guy in. This sequence, fairly straightforward. Now we come by here. And we do need to put this on to not get crushed. Now, flower to the left. And I suppose we just need to hang right there so we don't get pushed. Or rather, when the Muncher pushes the trampolines, we want the trampolines to land to the left. And so we hug the wall after the Muncher starts pushing. I think that's the idea. But it'd be difficult to tell sometimes. Just on a first reading of the obstacle. Still, not hard at all to get back there. And down we go. That was not what I meant to do. Let's just take the death and retry. Okay, here we go. And we'll continue from there. More cheeps. And we'll just repeat this sequence one more time. P-balloon here. All this is fairly straightforward. It's just that spring segment in the subsequent drop past the bonsai that we haven't done successfully just yet. So yeah, we don't want to hug all the way right. We want to let the Muncher push happen. Whoops. What did I miss? Huh, interesting. I think I was just a little bit low. I was trying to run over directly to the right. I think I was perhaps just a little bit late. And yes, Samuel, I was indeed in 4YMM. I was actually in the same week as Electrodude. We were placed next to each other in week 5. And in fact, I will see if I can punch in something in the chat in just a moment. Let me just... This is a little bit outdated, but the last thing I uploaded actually was the 4YMM level. I have not really been doing much making lately, and so that has not been updated recently, but... Oh, first time we've actually activated that block over there, so okay, so that's what gives you a bit of a safety buffer against a spike. I was wondering about that. I was definitely avoiding it anyhow, but... And welcome Omni and Aeolian. Just given the length of the current queue, I do expect to be closing up fairly soon, so you do want to get submissions in while I distract myself with trying to get into the one tile gap while simultaneously reading chat and missing the window of opportunity. That seems to be just the kind of thing we do to ourselves from time to time. So let's just repeat this. Time for that forgot fish once again. And yeah, those in queue, I do know that this one has taken some time, but as far as troll levels go, I think the forward progression has been pretty constant. Not burning too much time on forgetting certain obstacles like the fish. But I always have to hope I don't jinx myself when I make pronouncements like that. So let's come through here, grab the shell, and through we go. Okay, so once again, we'll head on to the right side, hug the right side, there we go. Ah, the mole blocks you, okay. You do need to just run, I think, because of the way that the munchers are there to disguise the fact that you are protected from them by a semi-solid as long as you get across to the pipe before the mole has finished spawning. So now that I've seen that, I think it's something that can be executed on the next attempt, which is always a nice feeling to have in one that this particular control has been tuned around. Very much one that is gentle to you as long as you do in fact see what to do. The correct solution is very rarely execution dependent. Yeah, definitely a very accessible experience all around, so let's just come through here, not get faked out by the POW. Or, for that matter, the thwomps. Do we want to come through here? No, we wanted the left side, okay. And that's probably going to be some kind of death. Yeah. I see what's going on here, is that you have the thwomp braced by the semi-solid on that side. Sawblade does come over and kill you eventually, but I think we actually do have enough time to drop through to the goal, if I understand this correctly. Although, maybe not, because of the way the goal is set up. It might be that in itself is some kind of fakery. That we have more to go. Ah, I see. Okay, just going to do a climb. And oh, this will be an interesting jump. Particularly because of that spring at the end. Now, the thwomp over here, yeah, it's going to tell you to sit on the spot that is the 5th question block to the right. I think that is the intended target. Had I not fallen all the way back down, I probably would not have read that. Okay, this is a slightly more execution-dependent ante, but we'll see what we can do with it. There we go. And, okay, let's take a look at this here. And yeah, Omni, it's a very lengthy rules document that we have there, but the principle is pretty simple. I just continue levels within the span of a 15-minute submission. I treat at least the first level of a world submission like a normal submission, and then we just kind of leave the continuation up to our discretion, because I do think that when it comes to short traditional levels that are arranged for worlds, sometimes they are best seen a few in a row. A lot of people miss that hint. Oh, with the thwomps, really? That's sort of interesting, because I would expect them to spend a fair bit of time in that room, just because of how finicky the climb can be if you keep ramming into the trampoline up top. But yeah, I mean, if your eyes are purely on the platforming element, it's very easy to just kind of read everything else that's going on in the edges of the screen as something that was bleeding over from other parts of the level. I think in some ways that's a Mario Maker 1 habit for some players, if they are just accustomed to seeing a lot of junk off the edges of the screen from not having scroll stop, for instance. It's really incredible just how much scroll stop has done for Trolls specifically. It'd be very interesting to go back to some of the early Troll designs in Mario Maker 1 and see how they got by without that. I didn't really play Trolls at that time, though. I forgot fish. Need to stand in the middle segment here and fall to the left. Yeah. Well, here we go again. Here we go again. Defender spent a long time getting out of there. I can see why. Okay. Yeah. Really is a threatening looking spring up there. There we go. But if you jump as you bounce right into it, then it bounces you into the hitbox of the spike anyway. So it's actually gentler than it looks. It's one of those things that just looks very threatening, but is surprisingly gentle, at least from how I've been playing it so far. So let's just not lose too many more attempts to the Forgot Fish. And okay. Almost there. From what I'm seeing of the goal setup, it looks like there's certainly more room for some additional shenanigans at the end, but we'll just deal with that as it comes. Put on helmet. It went in here 6 times, as in went in the on-off room 6 times, or something else? Let's come through here. Alright, let's sit here safely and drop in after that blade. Is anything else going to break? Interesting. However, I think you're going to have no alteration whatsoever. I was hoping that there was maybe some kind of off-screen on-off toggle that changed something about the initial state of spawning into this room, but I'm missing something small, perhaps. We'll see in just a moment. You can see why they might come in here 6 times now that I've seen that additional setup at the end there. So let's see what's going on. Maybe I just needed to dodge the platform somehow. And yeah, I definitely spoke too soon about that spring. Far too soon. I thought it was just done with that thing, but clearly not. Okay. Yep, need to get that final jump in there. And I mean, this isn't too bad as far as the antis go, but it is why my general rule of thumb is anti-softlocks are funny once. But the fake out getting you in here a second time was definitely quite something, shall we say. That was certainly one way to handle the goal. Alright, we'll just come in here, get that jump. Usually players get better each time they go in here. Yeah, that's not how I play. Well, sometimes it is, but I think I'm quite accustomed to that idea where when you put in a lot of attempts at something, often the best attempts are kind of in the middle of the session, and you eventually reach that saturation point where you steadily second guess some of your habits and watch some of your patterns slip away from you. But yeah, it's like that with anything that has a very long and repeated form of progression. Like very elaborate boss designs and so on. But alright, we'll come through here. Now, what do I do with this guy? Okay. I think I just need to jump. So notice the second falling platform down below. I'm going to fall, and yeah, that's the thing. It's that if I land immediately on a skull platform, it gets me under this semi-solid block in the corner here. And that's what sends me going up this way. So, if as soon as I land on this row where it's set up on the rightmost horizontal track, I just need to jump as soon as I hit that. Then I hit the falling platform. When I hit the falling platform, something else happens. Probably. Or I might just need to go right towards the coin down below. I love how you warned me about Juz and Geek coming in here 6 times right before I actually saw the reason why that might happen. Very tricky. Very tricky indeed. Because I was thinking to myself, oh yeah, I can do better than that. 6 attempts, I shouldn't get anywhere near that, but... That's the thing about control levels, you never speak too soon. Just have to. Remember not to lose the hubris. Let's let that block fly over. Hold up. Look towards the sky. And we'll just come up here. That was unfortunate. Let's drop it properly. And yeah, hey Glitch, thank you for coming by once again. We might be able to do one more non-viewer level session, like a catch-up session this weekend, but after that I will definitely be on break for some time, but you know where to find me, so... Hoping to catch up on your newer creations as they come in. And, you know, people who have been around Mario Maker long enough, they know this is just a pattern of things, as both makers and streamers, people will come and go. And we'll just kind of rotate back in and out. Okay, see what I said earlier about the best attempts being the ones in the middle. We'll just kind of rotate accordingly and, you know, eventually catch up on the massive pile of level design that was seen. Yeah, so the main restriction on my ability to stream in the near term is mostly just that I can't guarantee a lot of continuous blocks of time, just, you know, having to be on call for some other things. So I am, for those of you wondering, still able to receive and test some levels off stream in the meantime. I could also, whoops, how did I do that? I could also, what is it? Do some recordings, potentially some recordings for YouTube or something like that. I mean, I'm certainly still willing to play Mario Maker in the meantime. It's just that my streaming schedule is going to be very severely disrupted. But we'll see. Hoping to stay active in this. Certainly thought when I saw some of the levels, even the ones that came up on my personal list from followed makers in terms of everything that was still coming up this week, I certainly felt I was not ready to say goodbye to this game, not by any means. So we'll hopefully still show off plenty of your content in a time ahead. Oh, okay. Oh, that was just a weird diagonal along which I headed towards that spike without activating the block properly. We'll just need to do a gentler jump towards the top of the jump block. All these little traps and interactions I'm only discovering now that I've already passed that segment multiple times. Let's let this come down. Let's let this come down. And down here. One more time. And okay, much better. Looked a bit threatening for a moment there, but we made it. Okay, we do need to put that on our head to make it through this segment here. So that's going to be hold right after the point that is conveniently marked by the MTP blocks, which is not a visual signal I was paying attention to previously, but... okay, being a bit impatient there. I was so eager to do the next step, which is fall down and jump. Yeah, and then something is going to go on with that blue platform, even after we dodged the initial skull platform ride. Something is going to happen there. Don't know what it is, but we might be back there quite a bit. It's going to fall in. Okay, here we go. Very gently. But yeah, thank you to the patience of everybody who is waiting in the meantime. I will likely close the queue at the end of this level. Simply because I do want to get through everybody who has submitted and is able to stay. Okay, we'll fall in, we'll jump. And... oh, I see. Okay, so that's actually a panic jump. And there's a second skull platform that catches you again if you try to jump through the blue platform. So I am supposed to fall gently, or perhaps fall to the right towards the coins. We'll have to think about that. There are a few options there, and I haven't really explored them exhaustively yet. And that's a no. So this is, I think, attempt number 5 on this segment here, so beginning to see why being here 6 times is perhaps the median, or even the mode. Okay. I've been on for about an hour, yeah, that's what happens with trolls sometimes, especially when I'm evidently right at the end, and don't want to drop it because I am, in fact, at the end, but I will see as many people as I can in the queue. I have actually never had to abandon somebody who had queued before closing, I think, as long as they stayed in the stream. I've never had to finish up so early that I had to cut somebody off. So I hope not to start today. But it does mean for things like world submissions, just so people are aware, I will probably only play 1 level. But we'll make those adjustments as necessary. And hey, Rybones. Rybones, glad to have you here. We actually did finish your World 3 on one of the previous weekend streams. I believe it was 2 weeks ago. And here we go. Stand at this location. We will then do the first jump, and then we'll... No, that's not right. No, I do need to fall in towards that coin on the right side. I think that has to be the way. You jump on the first platform, so you don't hit the wall, and then you fall into the right. I think that's the only way to do it. Because if you're just jumping around there, you'll activate that additional skull platform sooner or later. So yeah, Rybones, glad you enjoyed VODs. I certainly enjoyed the levels. Whoops. Okay, here we go. And nope. Yeah, this has been a lengthy ending segment. I thought I was so close. Okay, let's let that fly by. Yeah, there's definitely a sense when playing a level like this, time is not quite linear. And that's, you know, the further you go and the closer you feel, the longer it takes to accomplish something. Oh, whoops. And mistakes like that are why. Because I felt like the progression was rather swift until we got to the final gate, where we've had to discover one little thing about it at a time. So, sunk cost fallacy definitely playing a role here when it comes to dwelling on it for as long as we have, but okay. We'll come down here. Going to grab this. And hit this. And hey, Rybones, thank you for the submission. I will hopefully get to it. It is a somewhat long queue at this point in terms of my available time today, so I cannot guarantee that. I will be closing the queue very shortly. So thank you, Gooby, as well. Okay, let's see if we can finally get this gate to behave. Saw blade has to go there. We get one jump, we fall into the right, and that's a clear. So I read that several attempts ago, and I just had to play around the behavior of the second skull platform that was hidden, which we had not quite understood. So, Desert of Fun Surprises? Yeah, I suppose so. So, queue is going to be closing in just a moment. Let me just check the list to see how we are doing. Thank you for the GGs. And Shieldsir, I believe, was it next, so we'll just do a quick... Eve, it's going to be a sub next. Then we'll probably just go straight down the list after the fact. And sub next is going to be Krakowski, who is next anyway. I think. Oh no, he's technically second. And we're going to close up. So thank you for the submissions, everybody. I will try to keep the commitment of getting to everybody who stays online. But let me just mark my stream title as closed. Just for absolute clarity. This one's short. Okay, great. Yeah, Gooby got in just in time. We'll see how the rest of the queue goes. Let me just make sure the display is going to cooperate with me as well. And thank you once again, Shield Sir, for that level. Did I actually mark that as a win? I think I might not have. Let me just get into Warp World and fix that up quickly. And in the meantime, we'll punch in Rakowski's code. E7Y8 RG. And let me just check my queue management for one moment before we get into Lock, Stock, and 2 Winged Munchers. I'd never quite considered the likeness between a Winged Muncher and a Smoking Barrel, but I suppose either of those are harbinger of death. So, contrary to popular belief, Winged Munchers have an appetite for puzzles. What a coincidence! We have so much in common. Let's take a look. Reach the goal while holding a POW block. So here's the POW block. Here are doors that are appropriately connected. And the Munchers are going to do some pushing, aren't they? Eventually, there will be some kind of climbing mechanic that is perhaps necessary. Yeah, you go up to the top left, you take the POW over, you soft drop it, the Muncher pushes it. Muncher pushes it, then it winds up on this lower level here. So I don't want it to get pushed all the way, do I? I want it to... Actually, no, I want the POW to be on the right side of the Muncher. Muncher retracts, pushes the POW over to the jump block. We see what the jump block spawns. Could be a vine. In the event that it is a vine, we are able to then drop the POW into this location here, come back down. No, we're not, because the Muncher will... When it retracts against a POW, I don't know what the behavior will be just yet, but I think the POW might settle on top of the cloud. We'll have to see this just to understand what the POW behavior is once the Muncher pushes it against a pipe. Okay, yeah, settles on top of the cloud. That's what I thought. That allows me to come through here. Coming over to the right side allows me to, well, get through the door and grab the spring. Grabbing the spring allows me to probably pop this guy eventually. Yeah. But we can do an identical interaction where spring takes you up here. But then eventually I want... what? Eventually I want a POW to be made available with a Muncher push in, say, this corner. And I want to be able to come back, grab it, and walk all the way here. Probably. Let's just take a look, because the spring actually does open up quite a few options when it comes to traversal, in that a spring can get you up directly into one of those locations without going through the reset door. So let's just take this through first, see what happens. Transport it probably to the other side. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. That the Muncher is actually going to push the spring over to the right. Unlike the POW, which settled directly on top. Now, we need to figure out why that happened the way it is. Oh, whoops. I think it's just a difference between POW and spring behavior. That's going to be important, because that gives me a pretty vital clue about the Muncher behavior, in that it will come out against the spring but not come out against the POW. So knowing that, we're going to create some kind of POW and spring stack, I think. One way we can do that is by using the spring to bounce to POW, perhaps. Yeah, so I'm going to set this down. Set this down. Down here. And oops. One-way panel, I don't know why I thought that would work. But if my instincts are correct, spring should give me enough height to come up here whenever I want. That's going to be important because that allows me to do what? It allows me to... Well, I've got two possible locations for the POW. I can drop it onto the corner, or I can drop it on top of the cloud there. I don't want to drop it on top of the cloud. What I want to do is probably use the spring to activate on this side. Now, how do I keep the spring and the POW, though? POW would respawn over here. Oh, I know. Okay, yeah. Same kind of interaction here. The missing step was that I could, in fact, recover the spring. Which is great, because now I can transport POW over to the other side. So what I do here is I come up, I drop the POW into the bottom left corner, and I have the ability to watch the Muncher nudge everything slowly. Nudge, nudge, nudge. And shield sir, your battery died. Okay, that's okay. We did manage to finish it. I think my total record on the on-off anti-soft lock segment was that I visited it 5 times, so I think I was a little bit ahead of par. Ever so slightly. But you can count that for yourself to be absolutely sure. And thank you for that, Grikowski. Definitely short and sweet. And Gooby, you were saying something about cheese. Was there a particular cheese that you wanted to suggest in that level? In the meantime, we'll just mark that as a win. And we'll just see how the list is looking from here. 1K man. After that, we only have one remaining sub in the current queue, which is Redox, and then we'll go straight down the list for everybody else. You did fix some POW drop cheese by adding some extra one-ways. Gooby, you thought it was unintended that Muncher pushed the POW. No, I think that's pretty much the central mechanic of the puzzle, is that you want the Muncher to do the front push and the back push, and that was very clear to me from the start, given how the semi-solid layouts were working. Yet another generic 3D world level, another generic snow level. There is no way I'm making an ice joke. 1K man, that's cold. Making snow puns like that really takes some balls. Okay, let's grab the mushroom and grab the glitchy snowball. And skip squeak and all that. Okay, sure, we'll just take some of that for the fun of it. Whoops. Almost sniped myself. Wow, that's a very high impact stomp on a bee. Very high impact indeed. Look at him scream in terror. And yeah, some nice traditional platforming indeed. That's the case. Let's check the tree. Always very satisfying to check the tree and actually find something. That's very appropriate to Christmas. Although I guess it wouldn't necessarily be climbing the treetops. That was a mistake. 10% clear rate. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, going to pick up the glitch ball. Spawn some Goombas. And more bees. Very satisfying to nuke some bees after. Off stream, I've been playing some DKC2, given that DKC2 has been in the online service. And if you've ever played DKC2, you'll certainly remember the bee boss. And yeah, that is quite something, shall we say. That's a lot of yay. Okay, that's fine. We'll take that. Down we go. And we'll boom some boom. Oh, I see. That's what that signifies. Okay, invisible boom boom is not going to put up too much of a fight. That's a lot of arrows. You know, in case it wasn't clear that you had to run right in that segment. Okay, power of fire. We'll go back and grab that if we lose our current access. Power of fire, but now we're past a point where we can, so. Going to have a bit of a snowball fight with this guy, and down we go. Okay, going to nuke some Goombas. Not sure what you're trying to suggest with the glitch effect on all of the snowball spawns. Like something is not going quite according to plan. I mean, maybe that's just the way you like your snowballs. Who knows? Okay, beat block patterns. Sure, we'll try some optional content. And that's going to be some wall jumping. I mean, we get the concept. Same idea over here. And through we go. Exclamation checkpoint. Or rather, an exclamation point. Going to dodge this spiny. Grab that guy. Okay, pretty clear what to do here. And that's just going to trap you in the box to protect you from any possibility of a snowball fight. The idea here, of course, is to activate that slowly, perhaps. Maybe not that slowly. Maybe. Well, I mean, I'm quite obviously not supposed to hit this all at once. So we'll just need to do this incrementally. I probably could have just bounced off the snowball, in fact, but... Sure, we'll wait for an additional activation. Just to be risky about it. Oh no, because you can't hit it from the side. Okay, no, that's fine. We'll just jump on top of the snowball then. Maybe not. Interesting. Probably missing something obvious, but... I mean, this is a 10% level. It's not going to be something super technical. Oh, you mean so you can get pushed? Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting interaction. Okay. Hadn't thought about that, actually. Maybe that is supposed to be obvious, given the counterclockwise pattern. Yeah, I guess it is supposed to be obvious. Alright. But what you were saying about the arrow being something that might be better off-center did clue me in immediately to what was going on. Oh, cat bell. Just completely missed it, so... Unfortunately, there will be no cats in America. Not in this fight against Pom Pom, at least. It has been... On that note, really quite a long time since I last saw the film An American Tail. I pointed that out to somebody not long ago. But... Oh! Nothing like a fish on your head to really give you a proper send-off. And that's a win. Okay, one sub next, and then it's going to be next all the way down. I think. So next is going to be yet another generic 3D world level. Certainly get lots of those around here. I mean, they're not really that generic. But thank you once again, One K Man, for the snowball fight. The rats in the walls. P equals no jump. This is for Spooktober. Fairly high clear rate so far, at least from people Redox has shown it to. And Grakowski, you've got to take off. Thank you for dropping by and dropping me short and sweet level once again. Hope to see some more of your creations soon enough. Even if I am going to be streaming less over the next month or so. Oh yeah, I see. I was just totally misreading that. Just adjusting to the speed of the level. Sometimes that just takes a little bit of warm-up. And I think I had a bit of a button press on one of those short bounces. As I always say about this don't leave the ground clear condition, I am very easily distracted by just a massive block of text at the beginning. Where I feel like it's the most limiting thing about clear conditions in some ways, is that the first screen is sometimes not the most playable thing. Because it just blasts a condition right in your face, and luckily the first room here is fairly gentle and doesn't require that much reading. I am leaning a little too far forward on that whole entry sequence, so let's just see. Yeah, there was something about my fall after the switch activation up top that was maybe a little out of the intended alignment, but we got it. Okay. Okay, I was maybe a little bit surprised by the P at the end of that drop there rather than the coin. But we'll just deal with it a little more accurately now that I've seen it once. It just came very quickly, it caught me a little bit by surprise. I think it's probably fair. Whoops. Don't know what happened with that wall jump over there. It wound up a little bit to the left of the on-off switch. Yeah, you can just hold down jump for some fairly long sequences here. And yeah, Redox, I do get what you're alluding to here with this being a Lovecraft level for Halloween. But would be more obvious with more tentacles, but rats and walls will do the job just fine. Okay, forward. Not so much. That is only 30 seconds. It's fairly gentle. I'm sure this will go down in no time as long as some of the wall jumps and bounces are cleaned up a little bit on my end. Yeah, I see what's going on here, actually. It's that sometimes I'm still holding jump for quite a bit when I'm falling, and so my falling arcs are not always consistent, depending on whether I'm anticipating a P or anticipating a coin. Because if I'm anticipating a coin, I might still be holding jump all the way down, and that does affect my arcs slightly. Usually not enough to matter, but... I mean, the spacing here is fairly generous in terms of creating some margin for error. Now, the funny thing about that on-off where I had to reset just now is that my wall jumps are arguably too quick, which is actually very rarely a problem that I have. It's usually wall jumps being too slow or too sluggish that ultimately spell my doom. Nope. Very close to the end there with only a few seconds remaining. And Gooby, you're just messing around with what you're making? Yeah, that's the best way to go. I think that anybody who has made some really creative levels has a massive junk pile of unpublished drafts and concepts from just fooling around and seeing what kind of styles will stick. I mean, some people publish more than others, I suppose, when it comes to that, but often you just need to get some playtesting in either for yourself or with other players and see what you find most satisfying. Okay. Okay, there we go. Bounce, bounce. There we are. Very generous. 5 seconds left on the timer. Don't imagine that anybody who is clearing this would have timer trouble, so... And indeed, I'm a little bit behind a record, just from some of the corners there, I'm sure. So thank you, Redox, for the rats and the walls. And hey, Document. Good to see you here. Okay. And yeah, Document, we caught up on some of your most recent ones on last weekend's stream. I don't know if you've had a chance to see the VODs, but I can ask you some things afterwards. Meantime, thank you once again for all the GGs, and let's just go straight down the list all the way for whoever is remaining online and active. So Art Pop, you are here. And yeah, Document, it's going fine. I am going to be mostly off-stream over the next few weeks due to a couple of conflicts, but we'll hopefully get back in order soon enough. So this might be the last proper viewer level stream in the next few weeks, depending on how quickly I can restore service. But we might do an additional stream with my own personal queue over the weekend if I can find the time for it. So, here's a Puzzle Schmuzzle, one screen, mediumly hard Poozle. Kind of like a crossbreed of a puzzle and a poodle. Which doesn't say much about the Schmuzzle, but we'll see how that looks. This is from August 2020, so using the full suite of the mechanics that are currently available, including, of course, SMB2, which is part of the clear condition. Reach the goal as SMB2. And what do we got here? It looks like we need to determine what the exit is going to be, first of all, because I don't see what the ultimate... no. Ultimate goal here is going to be to get through P-Door. So we need a P-switch activation, which is going to require Power of Fire, as well as the toggling of the on switch. And that's probably going to require a Spike Ball activation, if we can get within range of Spike. The way to get within range of Spike is to go through the P-Door. So you can see that that's not the final door. Key Door will be the final door. When you go through the P-Door, you drop in on this side so long as the on-off switch has been toggled. You grab the key, and then the spike activates the on-off switch and then drops you once again. So there needs to be an existing on-off activation before that point. So we can always just take damage from the Thwomp and wrap around, but we do ultimately need to grab the SMB2 mushroom. That is something we'll need to think about. In the meantime, let's just grab a stump and do something with that instead. Stump is going to do what? Is it going to... It doesn't collide, or rather it does collide with the Thwomp, so it's not like you can just throw through or anything like that. This really looks like a bomb spot over here. The bomb spot would allow you to activate the snake block and move the Muncher out of the way. And that will once again require fire. Now, one thing that I can do is damage boost through the Thwomp to... No, I can't. And regardless, I would want to keep SMB2, so let's not do it that way. Okay, let's pick up some of this stuff. Ah, I see. So we have something to the right. We have a jump block to the right, probably going to be a bomb that will break something open, and will fire something else from the pipe. Whoops, that's wrong. There we go. Bomb. And then the pipe will spawn what? Nothing as yet. Maybe that counts as obstructed? No, it wouldn't. It should spawn regardless. But anyway, we know that clears up the pipe. It may also be something entity-based, such that we need to perhaps kill a Goomba. Let's just get rid of this guy somehow. I feel like the way to do it would be... Whoops. Not like that, obviously. But killing the Goomba, does that spawn anything from the pipe? No. Okay, so it's not going to be entity-based, I don't think. Let's get back out. So we've understood a few things so far. We know that it is a bomb that is in that location to the right. We do know that I would at some point like bomb access here. We know that a bomb constrains the ability to get the Muncher out of the way. And what else can we do? Can I escort the Goomba somewhere, perhaps? For example, by dropping the stump in this location. And by dropping the Goomba on top to make it walk. Such that... Oh, no, it'll just come back this way, okay. But you can throw it like that, and it'll stay. Okay. Maybe that's not right. Ah, SMB2. Okay, so it is something that was obstructed by the jump block earlier, and the fact that it placed a stump on top of it meant that it was not killed by the bomb, which meant that the pipe continued to be obstructed. So knowing that we have SMB2 in that location gives me the ability to take damage or switch out of SMB2 into something like the Fire Flower and somehow wrap around and grab this on-off switch. Now, how I would go about doing that is an interesting question. So, can I drop that somehow? I feel like I need to maybe drop a Goomba on top of the swamp, except the Goomba is always going to run left. You know what? No. We can bump this guy. There we go. Right, because now that will give me an on-off activation using the P-switch and key method. Okay, we'll just play around a bit just to do things in various orders. Oops. Maybe not do it that way. Yeah, because P-switch comes through here, and Spike Ball gets the initial interaction there. Okay, so eventually we'll want a second cycle with the P-switch. For now, that has been surprisingly salvaged, apart from the fact that we did not unlock the additional SMB2 mushroom, which will be a necessary step. So let's just walk through some of this, because I will want to unlock the SMB2 mushroom pipe first. But for the time being, what we'll do is we'll just do one thing that's necessary, which is we need to see where the snake block pattern goes. That's going to require SMB2 mushroom just to create a path for the bomb, probably using the stump. So let's do this whole cycle once again. Oh, whoops. Not that, obviously. And if I'm correct, if I'm throwing the Goomba over to the right, I don't even need the stump in this corner position. It should just come down. Or rather, the Goomba should just get stuck on top of the jump block, naturally. So, let's just mind my step. Oh, whoops. Let's not miss that. That would be terrible. Let's bump the thwomp now just to get it out of the way. Okay. Now we throw. Not like that, we don't. Let's get a bit of a jump on that. There we go. It's gonna blow everything up. Let's do stump placement first, I think. No, because SMB2 mushroom will be infinitely available at this point, given that we have blown up the block for good. So we can do the first on-off toggle at this point, and then start thinking about escorting the bomb using the Fire Flower. Let's drop this guy. Let's move this out of the way. Okay. Let's consume this quickly just to get it out of the way, and let's try to keep the Fire Flower. We can, of course, just grab another one. It's not a big deal. Blow everything up here. And the other one as well. Let's try to keep the bomb alive, though. I think that would be advisable. Also, now it allows me to do a reset of the on-off position whenever I would so like. But I think the thing that's actually going to happen is I'll be taking Trampoline across to use the trampoline activation of P-switch once again. Oh, need to watch out for that muncher spot. The idea here is that I just want to grab the stump. You know what? We can do that first. Grab the stump. Move it in this location. And then we get over to, come on. Here. Move the bomb. We can grab SMB2. It's not a big deal if I take damage, I think, as long as I... Yep. Nope, wanted to kick it in this location. That was not correct. Well, luckily I can actually respawn everything in this room. So this is the method I would do for that. Let's be bumping through here. And then through here. Come in, reset. Although, yeah, no, and then the bomb comes through, and then I can do a quick pickup with SMB2. As long as I don't fall into that spot. Only one SMB is spawnable, so if you let it pass, it might be easier to get a flower, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Anyway, let's soft drop this guy, blow that up. So here's one unknown piece of information. Where does the snake block go? Okay, pushes that. That's fine, because once we grab the key, we can use something like the Goomba in order to finish that up. However, I do need to activate the P-switch without activating the on-off switch, and that's fine. We can do that. It's not hard at all, in fact. We just need to come up here. Oh. Whoops, was not looking at that spot at all. That was a mistake. Where the on-off blocks had been peeled off there, I just did not even think about that. That's okay, we'll do some of this stuff once again. Bump that. Use the Goomba. No, hang on. Yeah, that one spot above the Muncher does have a way of catching me every time. I didn't want to just block that. Well, not yet, we don't. I think I do understand more or less how most of this goes. Okay, let's skip over this. Move this guy. Jump, throw. And come through here. Toggle on off. And then let's move some things into position. I actually do want the bomb to just fall into this slot here. I think that's easiest. Because then I can pick it up and drop it directly. So. Come on. Yeah, you might as well just let the SMB2 mushroom go. Yeah, that's correct. As a minor point of convenience. Oops. Okay, let's just get it out of the way there. Take the same hit I always do. Just blow this up. Prepare for needing it later. I will never learn. Whoops. That really does kind of trick me out psychologically, though. I don't know what it is about that, but can I jump up here without getting the on-off while carrying something? That's important to know. Let's try it. Yes, I can. So that will be how we do things to get the key. That will respawn the bomb as well. Now then, what do I need a snake block for? Snake block will drop the muncher, and then we need to stack 2 things on top. Okay, so salvageable. Perfectly salvageable. As long as I don't take damage there, because... Well, that's fine, because now the blocks are destroyed, I can drop the snake block whenever I want, as long as I have SMB2 to trigger the switch. So the little point of damage there definitely set me back, but we have everything mapped out. It's just execution error from going over that door over the muncher. But I have this basically solved. No, Gooby, we have the clear condition, which precludes a damage boost from being an option. So that's going to toggle the on switch. And what do we have here? We will next grab the fire flower. You know what, let's set this down just to trap mushroom if we can. It's not going to trap. We'll let that down. Carefully navigate that location. Blow up the... Oh, I needed to get the lower level as well, but we'll do that at some point. We can, of course, just blow that up whenever it is convenient. And then now we take this up with us to activate. So we can grab the key. Then we drop the muncher. And then we drop an additional object on top of it. And that will probably be it. Success. Yeah, thank you for that, Artpop. Very solid puzzle all around. Obviously, the spot with the key door above the muncher was something that was a bit of a hindrance. I think it was the combination of the low ceiling and the level of the door kind of implying the expectation of something like a semi-solid or other background behind it. I think there was something that was psychologically just tricking me out into treating that as a space I could just traverse, and that was the only thing, as a bit of a point of execution that did require a couple of restarts to salvage. But other than that, I think the flow of the thing and the clarity of the puzzle just by looking at it, which is a fairly important factor when it comes to one screens, was quite well put together. So let's see who's next. Next is going to be Meng. And that's going to be this code over here. Thank you for your patience and for sticking around to submit me something that I'm sure will be very bouncy. Eating over it with Meng. That's one small step for Meng, one giant leap for mankind. 13%, which actually worries me slightly. It tells me that there will probably be a lot of soft resets of certain obstacles that I'll be trying again and again to the tune of about 3 minutes. Possibly quite a lot more. But we'll see. Yet another level appropriately marked as art. This one is supposedly very bouncy. Okay. Yeah, very bouncy. And then I'm supposed to swing over, I see, momentum. Yeah, it's supposed to catch me, and then at the top of the claw, I jump up. Great. So that's the tutorial. Now let's hold jump. Okay. Hold jump. Well, not yet, I don't. I think it's at the end of the belt. Oh, I see. It's kind of sails very gently, in fact. Let's grab the checkpoint. That might be important. Now, going up pipes can be quite something. Yeah, it's sort of interesting when you hold jump that way that it doesn't register so much as a jump, but there's this very noticeable warping in your momentum when you sail right off the edge. Like there's a particular moment in your interaction. So, we will be looking to do what with this location? Going all the way up, yeah. Just hold it. No timing necessary? Yep. Yeah, you just need to hold it when you are already in the air, I see. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah, very easy to just get into the habit of playing reactively instead of just letting the level do the work for you. Now, do you need to fall somewhat accurately? Did I claw? Whoops. Almost, almost. Bit of a weird curve there, but there we go. Rybones, you're guessing this is a Meng level? What gave you that idea? I wonder. What gave that away? Okay, so that's going to be a bounce. Probably just wrapping around that edge and bouncing on top. Let's just try to wrap around that guy. There we go. Ice block, interesting. Okay, need to wrap around the one-way panel up top. Fire. It's going to demolish the ice, and we're going to have a bit of a dual-use obstacle here that sends you all the way back down when you fail miserably. What am I planning to do during hiatus, Gooby? Oh, I'm just busy with a lot of things. It's one of those things where, like, I'm kind of on call for some things that may require me on very short notice, and so streaming is a little bit difficult because I do need a block of time to sit down where I know I will be not in a position where I have to interrupt things, basically. Particularly for viewer levels, because viewer levels, as you can see, can run for quite long. So, I'll see how much streaming I can realistically do. Let's just wrap around once again. But we'll hopefully have that sorted out soon enough. Let's just... Yeah, I know what I'm doing here, which is that I'm kind of reacting instinctively like I would normally with Mario when I just need to let the level do its job. And not second-guess myself when it comes to this momentum mechanic. Whoops. Need to let this guy bounce me in. Almost. Okay. There we are. Oh. Okay, I need to plan that second jump a little more carefully. Let's make sure I get a nice entry point. And, okay. I can hold jump even before getting hit by the thwomp. Interesting. Oh, I see. Hence the bumper placement. Okay, okay, I get it. Yeah, that's much better. I see that I'm supposed to jump against the bumper. Yeah. Not like that, obviously, but... Okay, that makes sense. Oh, going to have a very appropriate squeaky baby effect there. And let's just... Whoops. Yeah, let's just pre-jump. There we go, there we go. Yeah, this level does kind of mess with some of your instinctive Mario muscle memory, but as long as you don't hold the left and right directional arrows, you're usually pretty good. You only need to worry about left and right when you do the directional adjustment, when you are already in the air, and that's kind of the trick to this, is you need to resist the temptation to control your momentum too much. Whoops. Until you actually need the horizontal positioning to take effect. There we go. Getting used to this, slowly. Need to set the fire, of course. And almost. Here we are. Fire. Okay. And then we'll ride this one out. Hopefully successfully for once. Yay! There we go. No, there we don't. Okay, back we go. Nice little reset point there. Or when these situations happen. Checkpoint. Okay, that should definitely be in respawn range. Checkpoint. Here we are. Oh, interesting jagged slope here. That's going to be a fascinating interaction, I'm sure. Oh, I see. I need to jump, don't I, to maintain momentum, or don't I? I am doing the down slide. I feel like I will need to figure that out. Because the part that I need is the upslope, right? I will need to piece together exactly how the interaction is even working. I feel like maybe I shouldn't be holding down into the slide. Whoa. Nope. I probably should just take the death for the checkpoint, if I can. This has been a big climb, actually. Oh, I guess I can't. Alright, let's... I was trying to take the death for the checkpoint, and that did not go well. That's okay. The more I understand this mechanic, the better everything will go. Yeah, it would be. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I'm just having some directional trouble here and there. Here we are. Okay. And back over. And here we are. Okay. Almost recovered our former position. Now we need to figure out this guy here. So, I see, I'm hitting the ceiling. Now, to avoid that... I'm thinking it might be a successive sequence of jump slides, but I want to catch the upslope at the end of the sequence, right? That's how I'm reading it. Not quite. Okay. Because I feel like I probably don't want to jump on this segment yet. Hold jump, right? So... Oh, okay. No, I see. I should not be sliding. I should just re-jump and then jump at the end. Or slide at the end, rather. Yeah, the issue was that I was holding down for the slide, and I should not do that. I just need to ride that out. Okay, back we go. Almost. We have the right idea now. I need to get into a slide in this final nook over here. Until then, I don't slide. So that's a little bit early. I do think I understand the concept, at least. There we are. There we are. You see? No problem. No problem whatsoever. That's going to be a bit of bouncing back and forth. And an on-off switch. Okay, an on-off switch that's going to affect this switching mechanism down here. Which is then going to affect my momentum elsewhere. 60 seconds, that's fine. We're practicing this from the checkpoint. So... given that you can't realistically take a death very many ways unless you get squished by a thwomp in a freak accident like I did earlier. Certainly looks like the checkpoint is mostly for timeout protection. Okay, there we are. 28 seconds. Then we'll want to ram against that guy there to bounce over to the right side. Not quite. And there we are. Oh, I see, and then we'll have to wrap around top. 5 seconds, we'll have to redo this, that's fine. Just learning it bit by bit. This is a huge climb. But as long as we don't fall too far, I think I understand what's going on now. See, first try almost. Okay, pop the switch and then come back here. Okay. And all the way up. And the same idea as we had just demonstrated on the previous attempt. Just going a bit early when it comes to the horizontal position, and now perhaps a little bit late. And then I need to wrap around to the left, yes. Okay. Bit of a zigzag pattern in midair. There we go. And now we go down. Interesting. Oh, down towards that ground block and then up. Okay. Okay, and then through the middle. Right on target. Not quite. Need to hang left just slightly. The default position when you don't make any adjustment puts you just underneath the right side bumper. That's going to be a pause for applause. It's going to be a 50 coin for the trampoline that sends you up to what may be an exit, but we'll see. Okay. That should actually get you directly up. And here we are, and here's the goal. And so we know for the initial upslope, we do not want to get into the slide state just yet. We want to do it here. And that's a win also. Okay, so I guess I missed the key. So eventually there will be some kind of key routes that we should also be taking a look at. I may have to mark this out to return to, just to see what the key route is doing. But thank you for that, Meng. Let's just take a look at the setup here. Yeah, we definitely missed some kind of secret. And given how much momentum manipulation is going on all over the place, I think we would have to search a little more thoroughly. Interesting that you do have the implicit halfway scroll stop going on in the main zone. But of course, the bulk of this level is that gigantic vertical climb. Okay, straight down the list the rest of the way. I hope I can get through most of who is still here. Cannot absolutely guarantee that today, simply because I had a long queue with long levels. Thank you once again to everybody who has stayed, and Nintentium, we will look at this one. Yeah, sorry if I do have to be quick about some of these levels, given that we had so many lengthier ones early on. But I'll try to accommodate you as much as I am able. Kaizo above purple lava. Yeah, we'll try to get past checkpoint 1 like we did last time, and hopefully do that quickly. I do not expect to complete this today, but we'll progress, and perhaps I'll be able to finish it with more practice over time. Whoops. Just have to get warmed up first. Okay. I'll jump a little bit low. But we'll try to fix that up. Right, there was something weird about the big buzzy shell that I had figured out last time in terms of how to stomp it accurately without falling through it. I'm trying to recover my memory of that mechanic, but so far no trouble. Whoops. An additional jump there would have been fine for safety. Okay. But yeah, we'll try to get to CP1 as quickly as I can, and then take a decent crack at the section immediately after. because in the previous session we had just gotten as far as the checkpoint flag without having really looked at what came after, so we'll just see how quickly we can recreate things. Yeah, no, I need to face into the shell. That's the thing that I was consistently doing wrong last time, and which I was beginning to fix, is that I do need to kick towards the shell. Because intuitively I want to already head right after the bounce just to make sure I make the jump towards next element, and then that has a way of throwing me off because I'm holding right a little too far in advance to anticipate the mole. And when I do that, I just cut clean through fuzzy shell and things don't go as planned. Yeah, the muscle memory there is actually kind of difficult to rum into one's fingers, because there's just the strongest temptation to be adjusting your horizontal position. Sometimes that does not really provide a solution. Okay, yeah, you see, just trying to make sure I kick that, but also come out of that bounce with enough momentum moving right to get over to the mole. I can do it some of the time, obviously, but I don't think I have a very consistent way of making it work, and we'll just have to discover that. Okay. Hop in. And we can make the shell jump some of the time. Better success rate than I used to have with these, but still not great. I don't know why I did that. Hey, El Terror the Lord, good to see you here. We are closed up for the day because I am already going to have trouble finishing the existing levels in the queue, but thank you for dropping by. And yeah, we are going to be running pretty tight on time regardless, I think. Sometimes I finish a bit early and I make room for some additional levels, but that is almost certainly not happening today given who we have remaining in the queue. That's okay. I mean, we get a lot of makers here with levels that are either lengthy or on the more difficult side, and it's normal. Also, what happens as a result of not running as tight a time limit as a lot of other viewer level streamers do, but I think in some ways that actually gets me some higher quality experiences, so when it works beautifully. So yeah, still need to fix that up somehow. I think maybe I should not be doing so much positional correction on top of that shell anyway. I just need to land straight on top of it without any kind of additional adjustment. Get the first bounce and just stay in position, perhaps. Usually the issue with the Buzzy Shell is that after the first bounce I'm already kind of scrambling to correct which column I'm falling towards, and yeah, that works. Just need to have the discipline to hold still. Okay. Through the door, and checkpoint 1. No, I need to fall towards the P blocks. There are 2 side by side to mark, I think, a generous falling zone. And yeah, if I just have a better falling arc towards that location, I'll be fine. Good to have this style of obstacle immediately after checkpoint, because I can already tell this is one of the more difficult elements to execute, in terms of just making sure I fall gracefully. So, yeah, pretty happy with how quickly I got back here today. That's going to trap the shell in position, and I just need to do a full jump towards it. Let go while holding jump. That's a habit of Kaizo levels that I find surprisingly difficult. Like, just remembering to do a really complete jump arc and not let up on it when I throw something. Simply because that's just not the way I had ever learned to play standard Mario. And I think for beginner Kaizo players, that's always a bit of a shock to understand that your control over the jump button while you're simultaneously handling objects is something you do kind of have to learn from scratch. And a lot of your old habits don't quite apply. Yeah, Dextrolls, thanks for letting me know you are going to be next. I unfortunately can't really guarantee as much time for things like troll levels. I did spend, I think, way too long on one earlier, but we'll see what I can do, because I do have to cut off before too long today. Okay. There we are. And yeah, just need a very complete jump arc. As long as I let go of the shell right away, I should be fine, because it's going to get trapped at the end of that horizontal row of spikes regardless by the one-way panel. And so I don't actually need to let go of the shell on the marker. The most important thing there is the jump, and also, of course, getting the shell there quickly enough. That's the one thing that might affect the throw position, is just how quickly does the shell travel. Anticipating that a little bit too eagerly now. Gooby, you have no school for a whole week. Is it just as a result of endemic lockdown, or is it actually an expected break? Okay. Because we have definitely seen some reinstatement of lockdown procedures locally, and so I know that in a lot of places that are experiencing the second or perhaps even third wave now, that's very much an issue. Yeah, I'm trying to fall to the right of the shell so I don't hit it on the way back down, and so far that has not been successful. Yeah, I'm trying my best to get away from it so it falls. It may be that my release is a little bit late. Yeah, slightly earlier release now, just a bad jump arc. Not quite. Not quite. It's okay. It's just a matter of finding the consistent timing for it. It's very clear to me that when that happens, it's because my shell release is a little bit too late. My shell release is a little bit too... It may also be that I'm not making good use of my jump momentum. Yeah, starting to make contact a little lower down, but not quite low enough. I need to really dodge that shell completely on my way down. I almost think that doing the shell throw directly... Why don't I just play it this way? Is it because I need the momentum from... Yeah, I'd rather do it that way. I don't see why I'm doing the back throw. I don't think the back throw is actually necessary. I mean, that might not be much easier, but I feel like I'll have more success with it than with the back throw, as long as I find the right pocket of timing for it, perhaps when a shell is just about to make contact with the left side. Yep, just need to find the pocket of timing. I feel like that's going to be a little easier for me to hone in terms of consistency. I feel satisfied with having done the shell throw method some of the time, so it's not like I'm completely cheaping out on it without having succeeded at least once. Although I can see how, for somebody who is completely consistent with the shell throw method, that the standard intended way would, in fact, feel more reliable. So it's just a matter of making sure I get the right jump in the sequence right after that. Nope, that was an input error, obviously. Almost. I think I let up on a jump briefly. It's very difficult to break that habit of letting go of jump whenever I throw. And it's usually the correction that I have to make for a lot of different ISO setups. Very frequently encountered problem. Yeah, really do need to get a better bounce right from the start. Being too cautious about it all around. Okay. Finally, got it. Lost a bit of momentum there, though, when I was correcting for the position of the cannonball. But we'll have a series of short bounces after that, as far as I can tell. And that's just going to be mostly a reading challenge in terms of being able to react well to where the short bounces versus the long jumps are going to be. Okay. No, once again, input error. Let's wait for the next cycle. Okay, that was throwing me off slightly, but we'll get back in there and make it work. Yeah, once again, just a matter of preserving full momentum. I think I'm losing momentum at the beginning of that jump, that I'm instinctively expecting it to be a shorter bounce than it actually is, and see, now it's successful. Okay, so third one is going to be a high jump. I was trying to high jump on the third one, but the input came a little bit late, so did read that correctly. Just a matter of actually putting in the button sequence on time. Oh, I said to be, and you thought I said your name, okay. That would make things confusing, yes. Gooby, or not Gooby. That is Gooby B. Gooby underscore B. Okay, short, long. Horizontal positioning was not great there. I don't know what the soft drop there is. I assume that I'm going to fall under something that I'm going to grab and I have to immediately set it down to land on top of it. That looks like what is happening. Why did I miss the shell grab there? Okay, no, I see. Yeah, I don't know why I missed the shell grab on a previous attempt. That was... Yeah, spring drop and spike. I was expecting something like that. Like some kind of object drop. Very interesting to think about how that drop would be synchronized and set up. But I'm sure it will be very clear to me when I get to that spot and see it in action. Yeah, late throw. The jump was correct. The throw was late. Yeah, increasingly it's clear to me, whoops, that the problem in that spot is not that I am releasing the jump too soon. That was formerly the problem. The problem now is that I'm not getting big enough a jump to begin with. Very beginning when I'm doing the shell pickup, or the shell throw rather. And I think that's just partly a reaction to the shell throw being so soon. That psychologically I'm expecting a shorter jump than what it is, and it's definitely something that I'll have to fix. Well, a little too eager on that attempt. Okay. Nope. Yeah, once again, it was my original intention to play all of this with the Super Nintendo controller I had come in. I was not expecting some of the controller selection issues I ran into after I was fixing sound problems earlier, and so back to the Pro Controller for the time being, and that does occasionally have that issue with the D-pad diagonal, which is specifically what I was trying to address. But okay, much better drop that time, much better. That one, not so good. Okay. Yeah, late release. Jump was great, release was not. Okay, much better. Yeah, I think what's going on there is that with the short bounces, I'm cutting too much momentum horizontally, and so I'm hanging too far left, obviously, when it comes to the third bounce in terms of trying to avoid the spike there. Just not giving myself enough lead time on correcting where I need to go. We'll try to get that done quickly. Like I said, Nintendo, I don't know how much time I'll have to really push through this, but it was one I always expected to have to learn in segments, so... And we're through a decent chunk. We're currently 1/3 point of something that I think was built entirely in the main world with no subworld of note. Yeah, cut too much momentum once again. Okay, that one not working out so much. Okay, that's going a lot better at least. A lot better. Oh, I see. No, you have to grab the spring earlier. Okay, yeah. I was expecting some kind of object drop. I was completely misreading the spring that was being given to me right there on the wall. It was right there in front of me the whole time, and I just wasn't paying sufficient attention to it. And in fact, taking that spring will correct some things about my position. Okay, that was just a reading error on my part. These things are easily repaired, I hope. But yeah, we'll just pop that here and there. And hopefully not lose too much time to the silly stuff. Nope, that's the silly stuff. Yeah, I haven't really given Kaizo much of a go with my Super Nintendo pad just yet, even though I think in many ways that's the way it is meant to be played. Missed a spring. Yeah, I need to fall very aggressively towards that wall. I see, because I was never getting a great bounce off the cannonball to begin with. So that explains why I was inadvertently ignoring the spring the whole time. Much better. Except, once I grab the spring, I'm neglecting the soft drop. Whoops. So, we'll see what we can do to make some corrections here and there. Nope. Letting go of the wrong button there. Yeah, because I wanted to fall all the way towards the spring, but then let go of a jump, and only jump. Nope, wanted a soft drop, and that's just a miss. That's the best we've done, though. If I can get soft drop done on the spring, I will feel fairly accomplished about what we have seen today. I'll put in a couple more attempts to see if we can get to that spot consistently. Then I will probably have to postpone for a later session. Really been enjoying this so far, though. And I'm usually not somebody who plays at quite this level of difficulty. It has been a bit of an acquired taste, but very satisfying to learn, I think. Yeah, a little bit late on the drop. The drop needs to come before I'm at the top of my jump arc. And I also need to maintain my jump as fully as I can, which is, once again, something that is not quite a habit of mine just yet. Whoops. Yeah, we'll see what we can fix up in the meantime. Drop that, and forward. Something a little bit weird about my jump arc at that time. That will just need a bit of a correction, so... Almost. Almost. Okay, just a few more attempts on that, and I unfortunately will have to accelerate things a bit. Or I really won't stand a chance of getting through those who remain. Nope. Don't know why I hesitated there. I actually got it that time. think I was very surprised that it worked. So I overcorrected a bit when I was at the top of the jump arc after the spring. Best attempt yet, though. Best attempt by quite a bit. If I can actually make that jump, I think I'll be quite happy with the amount of progress we've established. Okay, there we go. Not quite. Yeah, just kind of losing my sense of that jump despite having established it earlier. We'll see if I can get that back in order within a few attempts, because if not, then I might just be past my peak of progression for this session. Which is always a sign to learn to take the loss on the chin and continue when we're able. So, almost there, just didn't quite execute the high bounce on the last bit. Almost there. Nope. Bounce that back. Nope. Just, I knew that timing was not going to go. Usually pretty clear to me when I'm already in midair whether a landing is actually going to happen. Bounce that back, and forward. Forward. Looking good so far. Okay, the throw was not so great that time. It was too far forward. But that's the kind of thing where if I had known I was going to land that far forward, I could have adjusted the jump arc a bit to get all the way over. But in the absence of doing that, whoops, that may continue to pose a problem, so we'll just have to pop everything we can, and there we go. Spring, bounce, bounce, bounce. There we are. And yeah, no, that was a Goomba that I needed to pick up and throw against that wall, but we made significant progress. We will have to continue another time. Now, I did say in Nintendo it will be some time before I will be running viewer levels on a regular basis again, but every now and then I will hopefully still be able to make progress on longer levels that I have kind of classified as unfinished business, so we're definitely not done with this. I expect to see more of it, and looking at the preview here in terms of how far we got, that was a pretty reasonable amount of progress. Pretty reasonable. I feel like this is manageable, eventually. Just with a bit of time and practice, so. Thank you for that. And we'll... Yeah, I mean, it's only 1 CP, Gooby, and that's fine, because I feel like we were kind of at the 2/3 mark already with not many jumps left. If you take a look at the previous screen and see the narrow corridor where the mole segment is, that's right around the 2/3 mark. With the Goomba drops immediately after. We were pretty much about, yeah, about 2 screens away from the end. So, definitely mean to crack this at some point. It will just not happen today. Okay, I will have to get through some of these in a bit of a rush. I think Glitch is offline. I believe everyone else is here. Merlin, Rybone, Scooby. Dex Trolls said earlier that they were on Lurk. Or, oh yeah, Dex Trolls, you are here. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look. Like I said, I might have to progress a little bit quickly, but because I have a definite hard cutoff quite soon, I do have another commitment that this will be clashing against. And that's partly on me for starting a bit late today, but... Oh, puzzle level. Great. 2 different keys, 1 link. 5 minutes. So yeah, love puzzles on this stream, but if I can't get through the remainder of the queue today, I will definitely jot down codes and make sure I record things on an overflow or backlog stream. Possibly this weekend. Hopefully this weekend. Okay, so we have 4 segments. Ah yes, Dextrolls. I think you had previously sent me a multi-checkpoint level as well, right? And I did finish it. If it's the one that I'm thinking of. This is just arrows. Now, tap. Okay. Ah, yes, on position over there. I see. No, I have to fire from the corner. Let's see. Idea. I was not really reading that notation very well. Oh yeah, you need to bomb this spot first, obviously. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay. Yeah, actually, most of the positions here are pretty clearly marked. So, no trouble here. That's going to be a bomb crush. And then you need to do something on the left, probably a bomb that is going to be launched up to the on-off switch, and then something on the right. Same idea. So, multiple switch presses going on here. Oh, okay, crescent key. That's fine. Oh, it's just symmetrical then, in that you can take either way. And that's going to be pretty simple to get through. Okay, so as expected, we have 5 segments, no safety coin, so we'll just need to be very careful and diligent about how we do at the end of one of these segments in terms of not dying on the spikes, basically. Okay. Once again, everything is quite clearly marked, so should be no trouble. Instant bomb crush, pretty recognizable. Bomb locations. And Cursed Key, once again, okay. That's going to be a bomb launch of... no, it's going to be a spike ball launch, actually. And unfortunately, losing Link is going to be the end of that. And, yeah, Gooby, I know that some people like to use the corner indications for arrows, but the thing about indications in general is that you don't really need to overdo them when the possible interactions are honestly not that hard to figure out. Like, the point of them very often is to mark out a position that would otherwise just be a feat of trial and error. Okay, we want the spike ball. No. I was about to say I wanted to do a launch, but I needed to launch it from this position, downward thrust over here. But yeah, we would need the spike ball to come down first on the seesaw, and so we don't want to raise it excessively. Okay. I mean, I could have shoved that forward a little bit, but that will work well. And that's going to be the key. Nope. Nope. Just a matter of timing here. Need to... that thing launch? Nope. The timing here seems a little bit fuzzy, I think. It's as though the hard blocks up top could probably have done with one additional block to the right. Because it does seem like a bit of a precise positioning for the seesaw mechanic, which, as something that is kind of constantly in motion, can be a little bit difficult to plan out directly. But we'll see about that. We'll see if we can get that a little more consistently. There are different keys. Okay, so perhaps one of those is a good key and not a cursed key. I should perhaps try the other half then. Okay, so there actually is a regular and a cursed key. That was not clear to me. I probably should have thought about trying it, but I guess maybe that's part of the concept of this level, given that we had the previous seemingly symmetrical layout in the first segment as well. So, yeah, sure, let's try this guy out for a change. I see, so it's not like you just need to jump around a cursed key all the time. However, you do need slightly better timing than what I'm exhibiting here. There we go. Don't think I need the thrust to do that. 2 segments down. Or not yet. We still have a little more to go here. That looks like it's going to raise something towards the bomb. Skull platform. Bomb here. Ah, yes, because you ultimately want to send this guy up. Interesting that we had a proximity-based on-off over there. Let's break this. And let's raise the bomb, perhaps? Okay, interesting. Interesting. Looks like maybe... Oh, it was in the description of the level. Yeah, no, Dex, the issue is that with the level descriptions, sometimes I read them and as soon as I go into a level, I forget them immediately. That is a known problem with me. So let's try to raise this. I feel like that's heavily implied to be the thing that needs to be done here. But maybe... Yeah, because there was obviously some kind of proximity-based on-off up top. Nope, not gonna be it. Now, I blew this thing up. Do I have a way to get back out? Maybe I just need to take a death here. I'm not quite sure. There is a P-switch that needs to be pressed at that point. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at remaining segments. I honestly might not have time to finish it in this segment, but as with last time, I might do this as an overflow level, simply because it is a multi-parter. Okay, fairly clear. And this seems pretty straightforward. I don't know why I would... Ah, yeah. It's just, once again, pick a key. Come over. Deflect. Okay, we picked a good key. Now we have few remaining. So we've checked the top two. Let's check this one here. Okay, just need a good down shot. Or maybe even a good... I was about to say bomb throw, but that's not going to be it. We just need a nice accurate shot. Now we need to not be totally dropped by the claw. I see, we just need to activate one of these with a bomb throw. And it will give me, once again, the safe key. Okay. Feels like the Muncher was supposed to go up towards the P here, and I did it wrong. Yeah, I needed to bump the Muncher just in position to get it to hit the P by going up, right? Then either that or I fire an arrow towards the P, but then I can't get past the Muncher if I do that. So I'll see what I can do. Okay. Shot accuracy, not really our greatest talent here, but we know that's a safe key and we'll just take it. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit difficult to recover your position if you do this wrong. That's the issue here. I could have fired something towards the P, but then that doesn't actually get me over to the Muncher safely, because the Muncher would just, even in the best case, stack on top of the semi-solid. So it looks like there's a very particular position need here. And yeah, Merlin, don't worry about the activity in the chat. It will hopefully be... Oh, I've seen this part already. Okay. Let's just die. Went through the wrong segment. Okay, let's try this one again. And we just need to get the Muncher bump correctly, and that should be fine from there. Oops. Okay. There we go. That's correct. That's gonna be Pegasus Dash for sure. Absolutely no question about that. This looks like it will be something. Now, why would I want to drop back down? Because there will be an on-off activation. Possibly more than one. I see. But then I need a second one. Yes. And yeah, I just need to get in ahead of the bomb detonation. Oh, that's not gonna happen. Okay, almost there. Okay, let's actually get the toss down correctly. Launcher will do its work. And through we go. Yeah, so Merlin and Rybones, you're the ones that are, and Gooby, you're the ones that are left in the queue after this. I don't know if I will be able to get that done, but like I said, I'll definitely, since I'm actually in contact with all three of you, I can definitely try to get that into the overflow stream if I'm able to run it this weekend, which I hope to do. Okay. Nope, too late. Trying to do a down thrust there, and I just missed. Okay. Too early. Nope. I mean, I am correct in thinking this is a race against my own bomb, right? I think I'm just slow then. Oh no, I have to go around. Nope, too late. My positioning is a little bit off. Okay. Now, do I need the sword on the other side of this door? No, I don't. Good. Okay, 2 segments to go. There's the one that we saw earlier, where you can do that one last. Let's see what this is. Nope, got cut off here. Let me see. Yeah, it's going to be coming up here, tapping the sword against the on switch, probably. And yes, this is going to be a timed activation once again, in fact. Whoops. Nope. Okay, nope. Just some of the timing-based gates catching me off guard from time to time. Very clear what to do. I feel like some of these styles of obstacles could definitely benefit from something like the ability of the sword to refresh, just... Whoops. In case you get into trouble like that. Simply because you still have the execution challenge of having to do the thing. It's just that since you have a combination of keeping the sword plus the timing challenge, sometimes if you fail the timing challenge, that's enough to really end the attempt, but that's okay. Nope. Yeah, that's accidental grab. No timing in this section, not even with this drop here. You know what? I can just go around the one-way panel on the left side. I don't know why I'm trying to go down Divine when one-way panels are significantly more convenient exit. Okay. Getting clipped like that, of course, is not great. Okay, up we go. And yeah, you know what? that was accessible all along. Because of course it was. Let's bump the muncher forward. Feels like it will be... Yeah, we want to crush a bomb. Yeah, that's the thing about the shield bump, is that the shield bump is always a bit of a risky move in terms of my positioning. Okay. I think it's fairly clear that it's going to be a bomb crush once we move the muncher over just slightly. There we go. And okay, that's going to be bouncy. I actually recognize this style of obstacle from the last level Dex showed me. There we are. And that's the link check right here. And what do we have? We have a Piranha Drop on either side. That's going to be the key choice. Let's do right. Correct. Now, what is this? This is going to be a Blaster Drop using the bomb. That's going to give me the key door. Okay, one segment to go. Okay, Rybones, thank you for dropping by. We'll definitely catch up on some of yours if I manage to run the Overflow stream this weekend, so thank you for dropping by regardless for so long, and looking forward to whatever it was you meant to show me. Yeah, Merlin will take a look at 118 in just one moment. Sure, let's do it now while we're holding. Hey, Count Joshua, welcome back. You're catching us nearly at the tail end of this stream. We only have really one more level after this, and then I really do have to run. But thank you for dropping by. You also caught us just in time to do a quick reward redemption. Merlin has requested number 118, and we'll get on that very quickly. That is, if I can pick up the appropriate text. Okay, so number 118 is going to be this one. Like as to make our appetites more keen, with eager compounds we our palate urge, as to prevent our maladies unseen, we sicken to shun sickness when we purge. Even so, being full of your ne'er-cloying sweetness, to bitter sauces did I frame my feeding, and sick of welfare found a kind of meetness, to be diseased ere that there was true needing. Thus, policy and love, to anticipate the ills that were not, grew to faults assured, and brought to medicine a healthful state, which, rank of goodness, would by ill be cured. But thence I learn, and find the lesson true, drugs poison him that so fell sick of you. And yeah, Merlin, you needed Shakespeare before the hiatus, so did I. So thank you for getting that point redemption in. And we'll finish up the last room in this multi-checkpoint sequence, which we had at least partly seen before until the trouble spot we ran into in some earlier attempts. Yeah, Count Joshua, good to see you back. This is going to be threatening if I don't deal with it, so let's try to maybe do a soft drop here. There we go. And I think we had determined that the safe key was this one. Yeah, Merlin, glad you enjoyed it, as always. Okay, I did not actually figure out this room previously. It seems like I want a P-switch activation, followed by a skull platform that will launch the trampoline up. Not sure what will actually activate the P-switch, because a jump here will toggle the on-off. Now the question is, if the jump toggles the on-off, am I then just dead? It's a little hard for me to tell, because it seems like I need to raise this, and then jump onto red with the burner. No, because I'm trying to activate a P-switch though, right? I don't see why I would want to do that unless... Oh, unless it's a conditional power-up check, but I doubt it is, because... Jump onto red with a burner and it will become on again. Why would it? Oh, is this something... Okay. That was not clear to me at all, actually. I didn't really understand that. Now, does that give you a P-switch activation? Yes, it does. And we'll drop a bomb on top of this location. I did it last time, but I didn't notice. Okay, yeah. No, I would not have thought that that was the thing that was actually triggering it, so... Okay, not an actual spoiler then, as we get through to Keydor, and this is post-key death, so this will be just the flag. And there's the Triforce. Slightly squashed and compressed Triforce, but when you have to climb such a corridor like that, what can you do, so... Thank you, Dex, for the level. Quest for the Diugaforce. I guess. A very apt description. Yeah, 2 different keys, 1 link. Okay, yeah. Ah, yeah, 2 different keys on 1 link. That's right, because you put the keys on the link. So, thank you for that. Merlin and Gooby, I'll try to get through you as quickly as I can. But I do have a hard cutoff very, very soon, so I'll have to be pretty quick about this. Ludwig's Fire Plant Sanctum. We have 1 clear on this so far. Defeat Ludwig. This is going to be a boss battle in your World 6. Punish those misbehaving plants. Whoops. Should have planned around the rising lava level here. It looks like it's probably just going to go up and down by the looks of it, but hard to tell at the moment. Okay. And over we go. Let's just wait out the next track, just as a matter of safety. And down we go. Oh, pipe. I probably missed something to the right side of that pipe, but whoa, that was close. And it looks like we have a key. Okay, it looks like this was a necessary segment after all, and then we'll just go back and continue. Okay. Gooby, I'm not sure there's a particular reason why Iggy has to have the plant theme. There's nothing really that plenty about him apart from his head, I guess. The hairstyle. If that's what you're referring to. I probably should have just made the full jump arc as indicated, but that's okay. Yeah, a bit of a low ceiling on some of these jumps, but we'll manage that. Yeah, Gooby would have been playing selections from this Super World for quite a while. It's been... And actually, Gooby, that's not always been the case if you play the older games. I think Ludwig has been more of a Skyworld boss lately, but certainly, for example, World 4 Cookie Mountain in Super Mario World would not have qualified for that. We need to grab the key. Yeah, the Koopalings changed positions quite a bit. It's only been recently that Ludwig has been reassigned to the later worlds. Yeah, there isn't really that much of a consistent system to which Koopaling does what. But I think that there has been maybe a bit more of that in the new series, the new SMB series. Because it seems like these days Roy gets to Stone World a lot, etc. I don't remember the exact order in all of them, but whoops. Yeah, I need to cling onto the vine and then jump off the vine. Well, I mean, Boom Boom is never a world boss by himself in a game that he shares with the Koopalings, though, right? Because when the Koopalings are world bosses, it's always them, and in the later games with Junior as well, as a mid-boss. Boom Boom was just consistently the fortress boss back in SMB 3. That's how he was first introduced. It's been interesting to see Boom Boom interpreted in the more recent 3D games, though. And that you have Boom Boom and Pom Pom in some of those combo fights in 3D Land. And whoops. And whoops. There we go. Yeah, Merlin, we'll see, because some of the spots definitely look like they might be tough for people who do have the mushroom. Generally, the principle, as you've heard me talk about before, is that the mushroom should usually make you feel more capable and more powerful, and sometimes when you're working with low ceilings, it's a little difficult to maintain that. But I'll do what I can with it. Whoops. Sometimes some accidental vine clings as well, giving me trouble, but we'll fix that as often as possible. I think I do know what to do at this point, though. It's just going to be... No, I wanted to jump... Probably... No, I wanted to go lower level to lower level. It's a little bit difficult to see with, I think, some of the decorations on those elements, but I think maybe it's just the MTP blocks that are throwing me off. It's fine, it's just that the screen can be a bit busy when it comes to planning the jump itself. But I'm sure I can get that down fairly quickly once I actually get back into it. Yeah, I mean, you might be thinking of the mushrooms as extra hits, but the thing that you'll notice about the traditional Nintendo style is that it's actually fairly strict about never requiring the player to take a hit. That even if you do get a hit buffer of a power-up, you can always keep the power-up. And it's extremely rare that player isn't given that flexibility, and it's one of those very subtle touches that's very easy to miss about Nintendo's principles of level design unless you are really paying attention. It's a very easy thing to overlook, but which is, I think, just part of the design language that people expect if they go into a traditional level. Yeah, Gooby, I don't remember if you said whether you had played much of SMB3 originally. But it's definitely a style that has a great deal of visual clarity, especially with the color scheme. And I think the use of the plants in the castle world here, as Merlin is doing, is showing off just how colorful SMB3 can be, with just a very clear line art all over the place. It's interesting that statistically, at least in Maker 1, I often heard that SMB3 was the least used style. I always found kind of curious. Okay, a little bit hard to predict that position there, because of the way that they are cycling under the lava. I mean, some of these you can usually work out in terms of their timing, because their timing is fairly consistent. You know, these little blobs of 3 that pop up, that's not too hard. The one that cycles around is a bit harder to see, since I don't know how long it's spending on the track under the lava level. And whoops. Okay, I know we haven't really even gotten to Ludwig yet. Well, I hopefully can do that in short order. Yeah, couldn't really make the track any shorter. Let's see. Yeah, it just caught me a little bit by surprise there, I think. Given that it's not really a pattern that I'm seeing very actively until I get up to that point. I wonder if doing it counterclockwise might be better. Why did I miss the key? Huh. Oh, I just forgot to grab it, didn't I? Because right now it's cycling clockwise, and which means that it's kind of facing away from the player, right? And if it's facing away from the player, that means that it's something that I'm kind of scrolling into, if you know what I mean. I'm scrolling towards it when I go left or right, and the flame pattern is sort of pushing away from me. And that might psychologically have a bit of an effect on what's going on. But I'll go back there and I'll see what I can do. Oh, no, it's going back and forth. Okay, it's not going just clockwise. It was on the back and forth that it was being caught. Merlin, I don't know if this is something that you are still working on revising, because what I can do is I can hold it for a potential weekend stream, since I am just really time crunched right now, and since Gooby stayed, I want to give him a quick look. I know I normally spend a lot longer on these to see them through all the way to the end, but I'll just have to see how quickly I can progress through this segment. Yeah, it is very appealing to look at, as usual. I don't even mind a lot of the ceilings that much. Some of the vine climbs can be a bit tricky, but... And also some of the decisions about whether to go on the top or bottom rail when it comes to the bridge elements. But otherwise it's been quite good. Yeah, I know, and you send a lot of things over here for early play testing anyway, which is always fine. But yeah, it's not necessarily obvious to me that I should be taking the bottom track, even though I know you're trying to signal that with the coin pattern here. But... So yeah, Merlin would be very glad to continue looking at this one. But we'll just get to Gooby quickly, and Gooby... as well, like, I won't be able to spend a lot of time on anything that is too elaborate. Just glitch is long gone. Cool. Oh, I think Rybones had to leave for a meal, and Rybones knows how to find me for more, so it's easy. Yeah, Gooby will at least take a look. It'll be the same principle as Merlin's level. If I can't spend a lot of time on it, I'll try to just do it in an overflow session. But we'll hopefully be able to run one today. Or not today, rather, this weekend, but I cannot guarantee it. 5%? Yeah, we can do it. Larry's Mecha Koopa Factory. And you need to nerf it, but you don't know how? Well, hopefully we can take a quick look and give some suggestions. Nice little castle exterior, as always. I've certainly recognized that about a few of your levels by now. It's going to be a key drop. Big mecha over here, plus mushroom. Now, I'd eventually want to get across there, but I don't think I have a way across the Muncher just yet, so let's just get the crush. And we have more mechas. This one is going to go on top of the platform. Whoops. Nope, just wanted to hit the lip of the platform to send the thing going up. And yeah, Merlin, good to see you around as always. Thank you for staying for so long. And for showing me part of your level, although I know I didn't get very far at all. Okay. Pretty easy to get back in position, at least. And we'll just trap this guy on the other side of the one-way panel if we can. That's eventually going to do a claw drop on a missile guy, which we'll have to probably hit the on-off here, I'm guessing. That we want a controlled detonation. We'll just try to position this accurately. I remember having seen a few puzzles in this style. In fact, there was, I don't know if you saw, Gooby, there was a Grokowski puzzle in 4YMM that also used this SMB3 theme and also had a couple of mecha interactions that were done roughly in this style. Definitely highly recommended if you haven't seen that. Okay. On-off toggle, but what does that do for me? Not much yet. But if we come back around here, we get a mushroom, and the mushroom will allow me to progress through something, I'm sure. Great, yeah. It's going to be just a power-up check and a checkpoint. Nice setup so far. I've been enjoying a lot of these for sure. Whoops, have to get on top of the missile, of course. It's on-off a few times. Get on-off once to get something to come down the conveyor belt. That's the intention for sure. Okay, what's going to come out? Probably Mecha. Whoops. Yeah, the Boo is just adding a bit of protection, of course, that I need to get around with a Mecha throw. That's going to require some precision on my part. Also, the on-off is a timer lock that is imposed by the pipe and on-off setup that we see on the right side. I think that was with a spike ball, if I'm not mistaken. So, it gives you enough time just to get one mecha. Then we'll hopefully wait for a valid missile. You know, I think if you're big, the thing about stacking a Boo as opposed to something like a Muncher is that you take damage from the Boo, but you can also go through it. And so if you still have the mushroom, you can actually get one hit on Larry with a jump. You can only do it once, but you can do it. Oh, that was close. So if I manage to save the mushroom and get 2 mecha hits, I can actually finish with a jump for the hit number 3. Thank you for the follow. Of course, I'm not going to finish with mushroom intact, as you can see. Okay, tap that. And let's get an additional one. Okay, we'll need one more. And okay, that certainly works too. Then we have a claw segment here that's going to get you out of the factory. Nice pipe corners, by the way. Always appreciate decorations like that. And that's going to be a finish. And I see that it's taking after the NSMB style castles in terms of having the cannon at the end firing you off into the next world, matching of course the cannons that exist in the Super World format here in Maker 2 as well. So thank you for that, Gooby. And with that, that's going to be the end of this stream. Thank you for staying for so long and seeing this get played. I know everything was a little bit rushed near the last few levels, but it's good to see everyone as always. Don't know when we will next be running one of these, but as I think a lot of the regulars still here know, we will be keeping in touch by way of the Discord server, hopefully getting some small streams in every now and then. Viewer levels will probably be gone for a bit of time, but I'll see when I can next bring it back. So thank you once again for the viewership and all of the follows, and we'll hopefully do some kind of overflow stream this weekend, but I can't guarantee it. And we'll try to send off our remaining meager audience on some kind of raid, and we'll just scan around for that. And it'll usually be Mario Maker, but there might be some surprises, so why don't we scan around, take a look, see what's available. In the meantime, that is all from me, and as always, have a good night, or even morning, depending on where you are, and fare thee well.